is everybody? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. Welcome Tuesday morning. All right. We're going to remind everybody of a couple of things. So, back in March of 2025, the state filed its supplemental exhibits regarding rebuttal expert disclosures. And this is state's supplemental exhibits regarding rebuttal expert disclosures. And this was March 24th, 2025. Comes now the state in the above title matter pursuant to the court's March 14th, 2025 request hereby submits the following supplemental exhibits to be attached to the rebuttal expert disclosures that were filed in February. Well, here we go. FBI Special Agent Hill, Gilbertson, because he was going to talk about the test runs inside the house, how long it would take. Right here, number 3, Ayers attached as exhibit, which is Lab Report 11 and Lab Report 25. Lab Report 11, I'm curious when this was turned over to Ann Taylor. If you're saying the words supplemental, if you're supplementing something, you're adding to it. And I'm just really curious because Lab 11 and Lab 25, Ann Taylor should have had for a very long time. I know that right now, Lab Report 25, it's still, we don't have that. Curious to see what's in that. But wanted to just point this out that this is in March of 2025. This stuff's being like shown back and forth. Lab reports. Janine was going to be a rebuttal witness to, and what Lab Report 11 is about going into the house and documenting on their second time in on 11/17, or maybe it was actually their third time in, all of the new areas that they were testing, and it was significant with over there in DM's bedroom. So next. This is the Exhibit F to defendant's 6 supplemental response to discovery under seal. This was filed under seal. It's no longer under seal. Not sure how many people have ever seen this before. But I want to say that I was correct. I said Ann Taylor is going to use to her advantage those press releases every day. And that's something that I'm using actually in my documentary. I've already put out in like little clippets, but take a look at this. This is Ann Taylor's exhibit. This is a supplement that was asked of them to provide to the state. And she was going to use a photo of the trunk contents in Brian's vehicle. The photo TSM, there was goggles. The weather on 12/14, the weather on 12/15. I think that has something to do with the path of travel to leaving from Colorado or leaving from Washington to go home to show why he would have traveled the way that he traveled. Okay. Brian traveling. So the weather on 12/14 and 12/15. Then all of these, take a look. MPD press releases, 13, 15. There's another one on 15. So it goes all the way. This is every single one. MPD press release, all the way down. Now, the following items have been previously been disclosed as exhibits by the defense. The defense intends to use these as demonstrative aids in trial. Although typically not discoverable, the defense is disclosing these items in discovery as a courtesy and in an abundance of caution. They didn't have to do this. They go ahead and do this. And so we have the names of now some of these exhibits. And so I want to present for you for the first time here is Exhibit D642 is the connections demonstrative exhibit. Connections. Okay. Then Ballard, who's a expert, PowerPoint DNA transfer in the University of Idaho case. That's just what the name of the description is of the exhibit that's going to aid. Then Ballard's PowerPoint understanding DNA transfer. And then Shuttler's PowerPoint. And then Burnham's PowerPoint, which is taking inked fingerprints. And I love this because basically what Ann Taylor was planning on arguing is that, geez, how do these people have jobs? Okay, here's our expert that's going to come in and say, this is how you would have done this, and you would have gotten, like, this shouldn't be, they should have a lot more evidence at the scene. But because things weren't properly handled, you don't. You're putting, like, you should have gotten way better, I think that was latent, just all your fingerprints, all your even your palm impression, even your handprint. Basically, this person was going to say, this is how you have done that. And they were going to point out photographs and how they were doing it the state was doing it. And it's just like, that's why you have shit. Like, that's why it sucks. So that was definitely on there. And it was very interesting to me because I would think that if Ann Taylor would have focused on the fact that, hey, this is supposed to be your big, like, hey, we think we have a good source to get prints and we should be running them through, and then we should be getting everybody's prints that ever go in that house, and we should be able to eliminate things like that. And that just wasn't what happened. Sorry, but it's just reading the documents. Next is Birnbaum's PowerPoint ACE, the ACE method. So it's just going to show methodology and how you would have done that. Comparison to exclude PowerPoint by Barbara Wolf. Now that's something that should pique people's interest with staging of a crime scene potentially. And then lastly, but definitely not least, is the PowerPoint, and it was just called Cyre's PowerPoint. And if you want to know what Cyre's PowerPoints look like and what you could have expected, all you got to do is go to the Socialite Crime Club channel and go take a look at the way he presents his PowerPoints. Go look at cases that he's testified in. He's very good at explaining things and getting a layperson to understand them. I think that Cyre talking to the jury, it would have been interesting to see, especially in this case. Now, again, those were just the demonstrative aids. Now, the following items have been previously been disclosed as exhibits by the defense. Although these items are summaries of discovery previously disclosed by the state, the defense is disclosing these items in discovery as a courtesy. And so here we get a really good look at kind of where, I mean, if you have this exhibit, you could kind of see where you're heading with it. And Matthew Nodal was the one that came through as a crime scene reenactment specialist. Matthew Nodal had a video of the overall house. Then they had a video of the third floor. Then they had another video of the third floor again. Third floor in slow motion. Then I don't think this was down one. I think this is supposed to be, say, Dylan 1. I think that was a typo. Again, I could be completely wrong, but how it says Dylan 2 and it's 8:33, I'm going to go with that I'm right. So Dylan 1 and Dylan 2, I really think they were going to be focusing on the angle of where Dylan was in her bedroom, allegedly, supposedly. And I think that the Dylan 1 would have been the vantage point from her bedroom and that you cannot see the kitchen sliding door. And then I think vantage point 2 here is potentially when she would have ran down stairs, her vantage point into Xana's bedroom, potentially. Or you could be like moving yourself out. Like how far would you have had to come out to see what she's saying she saw? And as you can see where it says Dylan 3, Dylan 4, that's why I believe that. Those are going to be vantage points based on being in the house, and you took the photographs of actually being in the house. Then you have now Xana, exit 2. Would love to know why that's titled that way and what that's all about. Then you have from the kitchen, hallway look around model, hallway look around, no model. Then the exit Xana. And then here is a big one for me, which is the Bethany, Dylan, Ethan, Kaylee, Madison, and Xana timeline. Like, holy shit, I want that exhibit. You guys, timeline. You said the word timeline. I get intrigued. I get, woo, let's, yeah. It has to make sense. It has to logically make sense. It has to make sense. Those are how I can just eliminate things really quickly, is when your story has zero logic to it. I don't know how else to say that, but for example, Eric Gower's statements, him not leaving the area right away. Well, we've tracked his car, and I'm going to go into a whole big deal about that after we listen to Dylan. There was only so many cars in that area at night. He was not being truthful based on the video footage, and I just can't wait to get 1112's camera just to completely come out and either debunk it, or like that camera should tell you everything you need to know about Eric Gower and his times over there, when he was coming, when he was leaving, how long he was there. And then when you track that with the Linda Lane, different angles and where their cameras are, and then you're listening, none of that has been tampered with. Eric's definitely back over there 2 times, and he pulls 2 U-turns. So if you want to talk about somebody that's pulling U-turns and driving like that, well, the Linda Lane camera footage can 100% prove that Eric Gower was pulling U-turns up on Nez Pierce, up on Blake, and up on on Taylor. So, okay, going back over here. Now Slavinsky, he's your phone guy. There's a difference between location person and then like your celebrate person. So here, also like Josiah Roloff, that's going to be the people that would have been going up against the Barnharts, basically. But Slavinsky says 11/13/2022, he had a presentation for the handoffs. There was an exhibit for handoffs. Slavinsky's BK call and voicemail, or VTM. I think that's voicemail, but I could be wrong. Slavinsky geofence report. Slavinsky's July 9th pool party. So they're going to show where Brian was when he went to the pool party, where his phone shows that he went. Based on July 9th, this is what it looked like. And if it was over at the Groves, okay. So if he was in that area, this is what it would have looked like. And compare him, I think they're going to compare that to these other 12 or 23 times that they said that he was over there. And I think they're going to show the difference of if you're over there to shop, what it would look like, and if you're over there to where July 9th and 12th were. So again, I don't have these exhibits personally. I'm only going off of the title of the exhibits. So my opinion can change once I have the exhibits. But I'm giving you my best educated guess. Then Slavinsky cast final report analysis. I think they were going to tear like Nick Balance's ass up, literally tear him up. And then there was the AT&T breakdown data. It doesn't assign a person that's the expert with it, so I'm guessing that was going to be from Cyrate, but then again, that's me guessing. Then there's an Excel with Wi-Fi status. So Kohlberger's phone, and there was a jury version of it, which was a condensed version of which is the Wi-Fi status Kohlberger phone full, 47 and 48, 1047, 1048. I think that is exactly what it says it is. I think the Barnharts have made some comments about potentially getting on Wi-Fi's or passing off over there by Mad Greek. I think that was going to be completely debunked. It was all soft, and it's not like doesn't mean you're. It can mean so many things, and I mean they know that though. All they're saying is that it's a possibility that this is what it could be, but there's like a lot that it could be. From my research, they're the experts though, but I'm curious to see what that Excel. Like you're not going to be presenting something that's going to make your client look bad. So those Excel spreadsheets right there, they're interesting to me based off of what the Barnharts have come out and said. That's really intriguing to me. You're not going to have an exhibit that makes your client look like shit. Promise that's not what you do as an attorney. Let's go with this. Anyways, next. Again, this was all stuff for the guilt phase. And then I'm not even going to talk about this portion, which was, this is like the penalty phase, these exhibits. And so do I believe that the defense and the prosecution were ready to go to trial? What I've learned is that you want to have really good paralegals, right? And as you're discovering things, you're supposed to be creating binders as you go. And when you do that, it makes all of this stuff relatively like way, like if you wait till right before you're going to go to trial to start your little binder, your binders with your exhibits and putting them in order and being organized, I think that that's amateur hour. And Ann Taylor she's gone to trial before numerous times. And anybody that's a good litigator will tell you how organized you need to be. So if they were compiling these over the course of however many, what was it, two and a half years? Yeah. What AI can do now, shit. Like I would just love, let me have a week, take your kid to work week. Let me just go and hang out in a defense attorney's office that's prepping for a murder case for just a week. I'll sign whatever. And I just want to be a fly on the wall and in the war rooms, but like this behind the scenes stuff, putting it all together like this. And I just think that everybody would benefit from it. People that follow true crime, I think, would benefit from it. You know, the reality of it, not think, whatever your reality is, whatever your perspective is. Well, here's the reality. And now compare that to what you think is going on in your brain. And now you can see that, I think that we'd have less conspiracy theorists out there if stuff like that was occurring. So I'm going to try to see if I can get a sneak peek. But that's also how documentaries are made too. If you think about it, you get all that footage over years amount of times, and then you put it out there and you're binging something on Netflix. Well, you watched it in a day. Well, that fucking shit took years to make. So, but I would be very interested in that. But yeah, this part is just so you guys can see it. This was again, this is just supplemental. So what I mean by this is not all that they had. I want to show you guys something. See this exhibit here? See this number here? Okay. There's 602 exhibits before this. This is all just, but where you see all these different numbers that are being added like that, and then they jump. So this goes from 603, then it goes to 604, then it jumps to 649, goes to 684, 693. So yeah. I think more and more with their trial strategy for me is that I think that they were going to just show with showing all these MPD presser updates, okay? If you go and you actually read those back in the day, you read those now, and you were asked somebody about those, somebody was writing them up. And you can ask questions on, okay, were you writing them up because you were privy to some information? Who was providing you with the information to put in there? Because it's very, I think Ann Taylor was going to talk about the fact that they were just interested in a section to get the video. Hey, if you guys have surveillance video and you're in this area, south of Taylor or, south of Taylor. And they showed a block and to show how Indian Trails wasn't in, or Indian Hills Drive wasn't in that area. But then lo and behold, Danny Vargas is running on over there to go get a video on the first go on a street that's not even on the radar. The whereabouts of Ethan and Xana. Coming back and restating things like, okay, now we're retracting our statements, which means that you don't believe Bethany and Dylan. Okay. Or why are you putting out there that Bethany and Dylan were with them or that they know their whereabouts until 1:45? Like, who's your source for that? How about why is Bill Thompson right here? Remember this, guys? Clarification on 10 or on 11:30. They said that Bill Thompson misspoke and the cops were like, we have to do a clarification because Bill Thompson's wrong. Bill Thompson was calling the shots. Bill Thompson couldn't have been wrong. When I say Bill Thompson's calling the shots, he called the shots to do IGG. He was in he made the decisions. He's not, what do you need clarification for? He's talking about targeted event. Like somebody was targeted. Remember that? One of the victims was targeted and they wanted to walk that back. Okay. So these were all statements that they made to the public, and you have to ask yourself, I know I would ask is, and they could try to say like, we don't understand the relevancy of this. Well, I think it's very relevant. It's very relevant to trust an investigation. If you're asking the public to send you stuff that you really don't need, then what purpose is that serving? You're going to have to talk about that. And they can say, hey, it was a tactic of ours to not let the public know things because we're keeping an eye on people. We want them to think that they have nothing to do with this. That's why we were clearing people or we were coming out and saying those things. That's the type of stuff that they're going to talk about. And those were, tactical decisions. But then you can say things like, okay, so on this day, when you said on 11/15 X, Y, and Z, was that, so that's not true. So then what was true on that day? And a big thing for me is, so why are you asking the public to send you white Honda Elantras when you already have your motherfucking suspect on 12/5? At the very latest, you already have Brian Koberger. In terms of like why would you want people to flood your tip line? Why are you? And then they can say, well, we wanted to put it out there because we made a decision that we wanted to see if he would make any knee-jerk reactions. We wanted to see if people would start getting rid of their cars, start things like that. And then that would have to be like, so you had eyes on somebody. You're going to ask questions to set these people up so that regardless of how you answer it, I have you. It's like playing tic-tac-toe. I want to get you both ways. It doesn't matter where you're going to put your next move. I have tic-tac-toe. This is just what I think. Again, I would love to interview the people so they can just tell us what they were doing, Okay. So anyways, I don't know if you guys have seen those before, but I think it was really important for me to put that out, which was they put in every single MPD press release. How crazy is that? How crazy is it that you said that the victim or the roommates were downstairs, right? And they didn't witness anything and they were in a bedroom that was downstairs. Well, that's just a complete lie, right? And then they're going to say, well, we wanted to keep them safe because if the person came back to finish the job and to get them, right? And then they're going to talk about, well, this was all a narrative too, right? So you have a bunch of frantic people in Moscow, right? And you're lying to them and you're telling them that they should stay. But you know what Bill Thompson said on 11:30? that if you know what I know, you'd have no problem sending your kid to school on 11:30. You guys remember that? Go back and check out. Go back to 11. Like, if you're going to go look at my stuff, go back to November. I put that stuff out right after 11, kind of 30, but then I put it out I think it was like October of 2023, because I revisited it and I was like, you guys remember this? Because it was after Bill Thompson came clean about IGG. And then I went ham on his ass because I was like, fuck yeah. I was like, yeah, what you knew. If you knew what I knew, then you wouldn't, I would send my kid to school here. That's his quote. I'm quoting him. And I said, what do you know, motherfucker? What do you know? Because, wow, because based off of the paperwork that we have right now, you're making it seem like you didn't know anything, right? But you're also holding back stuff. The FBI has done so many interviews, and they better put out their interviews. If you want to be utilized in the jurisdiction of the local state police as a resource and as part of their investigation, open it up, baby. Open up your books. Open it up. So yeah. Okay. Next. I did that one. Just want to remind people on some interesting. Okay. Remember I told you guys that Ashley Jennings was going to use the fact that when she was answering discovery requests, she was going to go with the dates of how she was responding and to show the courts that, look, we keep filing stuff and we keep giving them stuff. Like, I want to remind you guys, this was state's response to defendant's motion to preclude the death penalty and adopt other necessary procedures. And this was filed March 17th, 2025. Right here, the first thing. The state has complied with Idaho Criminal Rule 16. This is when Ann Taylor's like, you didn't give us discovery. We just found stuff out at the suppression hearing when Matthew Gammon's talking about stuff. I want to point out to you, and she does exactly what I said she would. The rule goes on to discuss that this obligation extends to information in the possession or control of others who have participated in the investigation, and the prosecutor must disclose 404B information. So under ICR 16B, you have to have written requests from the defendant to the prosecutor, and you must disclose, once you physically request this, is why to put it in writing, statements of defendant, if he said anything, statements of co-defendants, defendant's prior record, document, all this stuff, right? Ann Taylor put it all in paper to pen, or pen to paper back January of 2023. She mentions it. She says it. Well, I want to show you this. Okay. Because I fucking called it. Upon written request from the defendant, the state must respond within 14 days. You must do that. Okay, you have 14 days to respond of service with one of the following. It says the response has been complied with. There is no objection, and the defense will be permitted to, to look at the stuff. These are all the things that you can respond with, okay? Lastly, Rule 16, and it goes on, and she's just saying that blah, blah, blah. Here we go. In the case at hand, the state has complied with Idaho rules, and she says starting January 18th, the state began providing discovery pursuant to Rule 16A. Discovery was provided as follows. This made my blood boil because I said, this is why she was filing her stuff a certain way to say. And the argument back to this is yeah, Miss Jennings 100% gave us something on each one of these days, but did not give us all of it. Like the things that I'm requesting. And she's so she can come back and say, we gave them stuff on this date, this day, this day. And like I said, it would look really good on paper, like that you're and that's exactly what Hippler said. is that look at all these dates. And Taylor would have needed to sit there and argue and to write something on every time and say, the state responded with this, just like she was doing in the beginning. Just like she was doing in the beginning when it was public for us to see the answers and the Bates pages. And that was, I think, between requests 1 through 3 that we got to see, maybe 1 through 6. And then everything went to like seal. But I want to show you how she says this. Okay. She puts the breakdowns of these pages. And this is what I said. I did not want Judge Hippler to ever seal. If he sealed it, it would make my job a lot harder with my requests, my FOIAs. And so I went back and got all this stuff so I can show you guys. Take a look. She put the Bates pages in here. So discovery was provided generally as follows. Documents, including reports, were Bates stamped and sent as PDFs. So Bates pages 1 through 15,914. So basically, you would just be sending another PDF with like another dump of like 300 pages. Okay. Photographs were Bates stamped and sent as PDFs. Originals of the photographs were sent on a hard drive pursuant to a later discovery request. Photos, 13,832 photos at this point in March. And audio and or video files were assigned as AV. Now, the first discovery that Ann Taylor was ever provided, it had AV 00001. That's it. I went back and checked my work. Do you know what number they got up to? That means Ann Taylor got one AV file. Look at what they are up to. 989. What that is equivalent to is that a recording of Dylan's, let's say Dylan here, that would be just 1. An interview with Hunter, 2. Everything that's AV is audio. Okay. So they have 989. Okay. 989 AV files. 989. Ann Taylor and what she was given initially from the prosecution, go check it out, folks. 00001. Not 0001 dash to a certain number. Mother 1. Okay. Then let's see if she talks about how this got broken up. Larger files that couldn't be, like they would go and pick them up. Okay. Early on, the parties had to determine how to discover a massive amount, over 50 terabytes, 50 TBs of data, which was stored at the MPD Forensics Lab. This included data such as surveillance videos, phone extractions, third-party data, call details records, and computer extractions. So 50 TBs of when they were talking about how many terabits shit was. So 50 TBs of whatever the total is was at MPD in the forensics lab. So like, let's say when Idaho State Police says, hey, I'm going to MPD to turn over blah, 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 or I'm attaching to this, report and I'm tagging, their AVs, like their recordings of stuff. How I'm understanding this is that stuff was then put and stored on whatever hard drive, I'm guessing, in the where basically Mowry was. Remember Mowry's talking about it's in a locked office, shit like that. So, okay. What about stuff that would have been sent, like if Idaho State Police or FBI is doing an interview, okay, did you use a server to then upload that stuff? I'm just saying for organizational purposes, how is it being given to Moscow and how is it then being organized? You know what I'm saying? You have 120 people working on this. 120 officers. Who's assigning you on what you're going to go do that day? That's the breakdowns that I wanted to hear from Ann Taylor when she would have gotten into that. Like, okay, whose job was it to say, hey, this is who was calling the shots to say, hey, this is who I want you to go interview next, or hey, you're going to go talk to these people. It's not like you just roll up out of bed and you say, okay, today I'm going to go talk to so and so. Like, no. So how was that all organized? And what basically I've determined is that you have Idaho State Police that has all these districts, and they have the districts in all the different areas within and throughout Idaho. And so if you go back to the beginning, if you remember, Moscow Police Department did not have the FBI on until November 15th. Also, if you look at it, what I see is that the Idaho State Police was just brought in at first to do the crime scene stuff. And it shows and it presents itself that way based on when Idaho State Police detectives began interviewing. Anybody began an interview with anybody. So basically on November 13th and 14th, it's all MPD, with the exception that the Idaho State Police forensics team is there to just do the crime scene. Like, stay the fuck out of my crime scene. We're processing this. Okay. At some point, it was made a decision that we're going to bring Idaho State Police and the FBI in on doing interrogations, interviews, stuff like that. And that's what began on the 15th and the 16th. Okay. But that allowed MPD for the first 48 hours, which is the most important, to do what? What was MPD doing on the 13th and the 14th besides fucking it all up? Right? Right. Then when they're brought in, you have Idaho State Police has these districts. You sent these kids home. You're allowing them to go home. For the majority of people that go to Idaho and they're a vandal, they're coming from the state of Idaho in some area or right along the borders of Washington. Not too many people are coming from different states to say, I want to go be a vandal. I'm going to go to the University of Idaho. It's very few and far between. Look at the numbers. So basically, you're assigning, each district has like a team of, hey, this is our group of 5 detectives here in District 1, District 2, District 3, 4, 5, 6. So based on wherever these kids were living when they left to go to at their parents' homes, that's what I've noticed is that, okay, hey, you're going to go and interview the people that are in that area. And we have a roster that we got. This is where the people live. We got a list from the girls, which I wanted to hear in interviews on who we should talk to, right? Where are you developing this list? How are you determining who you should go be talking to first, second, third, fourth? What are you making a priority? Who's making those decisions? Who's basically the command staff? So yeah. So then you would have all this stuff scattered out because you have all these different people doing this. And if it's happening, which if you read these reports, they're happening over the phone, these interviews, they're happening at people's houses, okay? And they're happening at the department. So if you're in Boise and you come down to the Meridian, hey, come to this office at the 700 block of Stafford, come to the Wilbur, whatever, in CDA. It's not like if I'm running this investigation, I want to look in and watch this interview happen in real time. It's not happening at Moscow Police Department. It's happening, in Nevada. It's happening in Boise. It's happening. So how then are you getting the information on what actually occurred in that interview? And you have multiple interviews going on at the same time. Yeah, because of all the different areas, all the different people. No reports are being written up. No AVs were being turned over. Okay. Some of the stuff wasn't even recorded when they would do an interview. So when you think about all of that, okay, then one can only ask themselves, how in the world are you able to make decisions if you don't have the information to make decisions? That's why it doesn't make any sense that these reports, you know how long we would have to be in a briefing session? Okay, everybody, what'd you guys do on November 18th? Here, you go first. Tell me, okay, you interviewed blank, blank, and blank. What'd they say? Would you like? What's the summary of it? Where are you heading next with? Are you going to tell me what you think that you should be doing, or am I going to tell you based on what you tell me? Okay, hey, then you need to go talk to this person. Think about all of that, and that's why it's just so unbelievable that you had nothing, and maybe that's why they're going to come out and say we determined to do IGG because of everything that you're saying, Lana. It was like it's going to take a long, long time to do everything this way. Well, yeah. But when you're going out and getting people's cell phones and you're downloading them, right? When were you even looking at them? When you're going and getting surveillance videos and downloading them, when were you looking at them? Who was looking at them? Who was determining? Because before the FBI made the determination that there was even a white Elantra, somebody else did, and Ann Taylor was going to show that timeline. And so who determined that that was a white Elantra before the FBI even did it? And I want that person to come forward. Because it'd be really, really interesting. So, with all of that said, you get Ashley Jennings blowing smoke up our ass and says that on January 10th, 2023, the state received a written request for discovery pursuant to Rule 16b. This was followed by 22 supplemental requests throughout the course of the case, in addition to 6 motions to compel. The state replied to each request in accordance with the Rule 1641, which is within writing and within 14 days. Further, and so here, how I would argue this is I would say, yeah, because it was all strategic, okay? It was all strategic. And what I mean, and I'm going to try to give you my best example. Okay. Ann Taylor puts a request in, right? They know, because since Bill Thompson was calling the shots and Ashley Jennings were calling the shots, every time that they would see those requests, they knew that they existed. And they know who did it. Oh, fuck yeah, they do. And so you would then be saying, I would think immediately, here, this is the requests that Ann Taylor just asked for. Look down the list. If you have that item, you know, what you were responsible for, that I need that report written and submitted within these 14 days so we can respond to this, right? That's what somebody would do if you are not a shitball. If you are not a piece of garbage. That's how I would do that. I would go through, first of all, and see everything that, if I could answer it myself and where we had it, okay. But then everybody would be supplied that, right? And how I know that everybody was supplied that is because guess what Officer Payne did? He copy, cut, and pasted 2 of the requests and sent them to Pullman. That's how we know that, okay? So that's what you would do. And what would happen here is that if there is not a report written yet, it's technically not discovered yet. And then they're using the infamous now drop boxes, which is if you don't open up a drop box, I didn't open it yet. I didn't discover it yet. Okay, that's a way to cheat with discovery. I didn't know that it existed. I didn't even open that, you know, versus like someone just sending you an email. There's a date it was sent. Then you clicked on it and you read it. You know, that's drop boxes. So the PD got is into drop boxes. So next, what I saw happening is that Ann Taylor would ask for stuff and Ashley Jennings would reply to only the stuff that she wanted to and would be, and she knew what she was not going to give. Okay. And how I know that she knows that it existed, you're going to sit here and tell me that you don't know that Blaker's report that he wrote that saying that he went to Houston and went to Othram, he wrote that report on January 6th, 2023. January 4th, whatever the fuck day it was, 4th or 6th. How in the world did that not possibly make the first batch of discovery when Ann Taylor's asking for stuff on the 10th? It was when I said it was wrote up, entered, boom. She had to have motions to compel for a reason, because she would say that there was no compliance with, well, most of them have been, but this one, this one, this one, this, and this one, we still don't have them. 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 So on September 4th, 2024, it was right before the deadline. The state's response and supplemental responses to the defendant's request for discovery. This was accompanied by 15 attachments, approximately 320 pages. So what did I do? Well, I just put in a request that's exactly how I want it. I want my FOIA just like this. I want your 320 pages, which is a detailed location where Ann Taylor can find every single piece of supplemental. I just need to know what Ann Taylor was asking for, and I'll know where she was headed. So this was accompanied by 15 attachments, approximately 320 pages, which detailed the location, the description, and the data the discovery was provided to the defendant. Yeah, you gave Ann Taylor all of this in a bow. Literally, that's why Ann Taylor kept saying she wants a discovery deadline, because you have to put your certificate in that here I complied with everything. 320 pages. They were on 15 different attachments. This didn't happen until 2024. 2024. So let's back all the way up to that. Let's talk about a preliminary hearing. There was never going to be a preliminary hearing. Lana, how do you know that? Well, I made a post last night and I provided proof of it. Bill Thompson was going around, and Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings were going around and getting affidavits for business records. And on the top, it said RE. What's it for? Grand jury. Grand jury. And these dates were January 5th of 2023, February 12th of 2023. They were never going to have a preliminary hearing. That was never Bill Thompson's goal. He needed to buy time, and I have no idea how Ann Taylor fell for it. And maybe she kicks herself in the ass every fucking day about it. Okay? But people can sit here and, Lana, you're not a lawyer and blah, blah, blah. No, I have common sense. You know what? I wish that more lawyers did. And that's why, no. You also know people. You worked with somebody. You know their tendencies. But Bill Thompson never had any. They were never going to have this preliminary hearing. But if you would have, they needed to buy time, though, to be able to develop all their evidence to be able to submit to a grand jury so that they could indict. You guys, how long did it take for them truly to indict Brian Colbert, if you really think about it? It took a long time, if you ask me. You know, they couldn't indict him in January. They couldn't indict him in February, March, April. They finally were able to indict him in May. Why? Well, because there wasn't evidence of it. Because the way that they put this all together, they had no proof of anything. They didn't have anything. And in fact, then one could just rewind back and think, yeah, wow, Lawrence, they misled the jury, the grand jurors, to think that Lawrence Mowry was doing work in tracking down that white car before his arrest. That's what they made it seem like. And I will eat crow. You show me the questions that Mowry was asked to the grand jury, from the grand jury during that proceeding. Let me see how those were worded, Ashley Jennings. I dare you to put those out. Same thing with Dylan. Same thing with anybody that testified at the grand jury. The state gets to ask the questions, and it's unfeathered. It's just like all narrative. They lied. They lied to get an indictment. They used inadmissible evidence. Everything that Ann Taylor wrote up is 100% that happened. So, wow. But think about it. How long did it take? Surprised that they couldn't get an indictment way earlier. Well, next she says that defendant was provided 319 pages of indexes for each of their discovery requests. Again, what do I want? I want this motherfucking index. Give me this index. I want to see this. Again, this was all given, though, in September of 2024. This wasn't given in January of 2023. All right. And so I'm sorry, but I just believe that on the day that I get the last piece of evidence, that's when my time should kick in to be able to then sort through everything. All right. Because I'm making all these requests. So I'm in the gathering of information phases. Okay. And then after I'm gathering my information, because you keep on needing to get more stuff, when you're realizing, when you're asking yourself a question, you don't need to guess in this game. It's like, no, I just asked the state because they should have done this, because they'd have to rule things out, right? If you're investigating something, you would have had these questions yourself. And so you would have done it. But when you give me the discovery and you think it's ready to go, and you sign that certificate in September of 2024, well, what came in after September of 2024? And that's what I would have pounded on. But she says, Ashley Jennings says that the state's initial discovery deadline was September 6, 2024, approximately 11 months before trial is scheduled to start. Great, Ashley. I'm glad that you can count. As noted above, the state has also a continuing duty to disclose information until the completion of trial. And that's if Ann Taylor's requesting. Now, you're going to sit here and tell me that you did not know that Ann Taylor is asking about Molly's past in June of 2025. You knew all about Molly. Okay. In this case, the state has provided all material information in its possession to the defendant and will continue to provide any additional material information that may come to light. And then it has a footer. And the footer says, the defendant states that Mr. Kober requested additional discovery related to IgG. The defendant claims the state has refused to provide this information. However, this information is controlled by Judge's sealed order for disclosure of IgG information and protective order. Further, this specific information is not material. You know what's material, Ashley Jennings? The date that you did shit. That's material. The date. When you were doing things is absolutely material. Okay? You were trying to conceal the dates of when you were doing all of the shit that you were doing, that you had these little puppets go and do. Hey, go get me this. Be my gopher. File this subpoena. Get that search warrant. Okay? I want to know what they put on a search warrant to why did they never make a search warrant to get and possess everything at 1112 King Road? That has to be the absolute dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. The most important piece of evidence is that camera that's right next to your crime scene, and you don't go get a search warrant for it. I mean, how fucking stupid are you? Or do you not know how to write up a search warrant? I think it's both, but how does that not happen? I mean, we heard it from Payne. He's never wrote up a search warrant to Apple. So she says that the IgG, she's like, however, this information is controlled by Judge's seal, blah, blah, blah. Then she says, further, this specific information is not material. It has no bearing on the defendant's guilt or innocence. You're wrong, Ashley. Any issues related to IgG are now moot in light of the defendant's motion in limine regarding IgG evidence and the state's concurrence that no IgG evidence will be offered at trial. And then it brings us to our mystery question. Ready for this? You guys are really, really intelligent. You know how I know? Because you come here. Here's what I've always said. How in the world could you ever stipulate to a tip and how it formulated and how you got on to Brian Kober? How can you ever stipulate to that? How can you ever make up a reason if you are going to attack this investigation? How can you ever stipulate to that? Okay, you cannot. And that's why Ann Taylor was basically saying just because we say that we don't want IgG to be talked about, there's a reason for it, because we believe that without IgG, how are you going to say that the DNA that you obtained from Brian Kober came from the sheath? Then they're going to say, well, because we got it through just regular DNA testing. Oh, okay. Well, what made you go and get Brian Kober's dad's DNA? You get what I'm saying? And I think that's the route that Ann Taylor was going. Because in my head, it makes perfect sense that, but bottom line is Ann Taylor was going to argue that you didn't get his name on December 19th, right? And she has pain all wrapped up in that he did not know about Brian Kober until December 19th. But let me tell you what the state was planning on doing. Just because Payne didn't know, you guys, if you don't think that they were not going to go this route and say that other people did and the right hand wasn't sharing information with the left hand, that's what was coming. Because Blaker has never talked about it. Okay? Blaker is the one that's running around doing all this stuff. Is Blaker just going to take one for the team and say, yeah, I just forgot to tell the world, my boss, the guy that's in charge, who I'm with every day, that, oh, hey, yeah, I came across a bunch of names and I just dumped them in the, I had Idaho State Police dump it in the names of these people with these Elantras and Pullman. You're just dumping names, and like, I think it's going to sound ridiculous, but how can you truly say that you didn't know Brian Kober's name until December 19th? When his name is literally in the Idaho State Police lab name tabs. How can you say that? Was Ann Taylor going to have an issue at trial, and she's going to bring up, Your Honor, sidebar, I know that we stipulated this, but we've gotten information now that shows that I'm able to challenge this, though. Like, how can we're supposed to tell the jury, you're not supposed to ask any questions, and hey, we got to his name, and there's just going to be like this jury instruction. But you don't have to question it. But I need to question it as a defense attorney up there, because I'm questioning the whole entire investigation, right? So how does that happen? How do you plan on doing that? Does Ann Taylor just say, well, Judge, I understand that we stipulated something, but I can impeach what they wrote in the reports. I can impeach what, and so then what? Then we're just left with this. Hey, guess what, guys? The jury is just left with, clearly this is all a big lie, because we've just uncovered in front of your faces that they knew about Brian Kober before the 19th. And we're just allowed to be like that. You like, okay, so the defendant claims that the state has violated Brady by failing to provide an index of all discoverable material, but Brady does not require the prosecutor to make a complete and detailed accounting. Now I'm going to show you why Ann Taylor is saying that she believes that there's Brady violations, or that they were trying to bury stuff. If you go to Idaho State Police, I'm just going to put it up on the screen here, and you look at, for example, police report supplemental 143. Okay, 143. This is how Ann Taylor would have received this. This is just a sample. And it just says here, these are the serial numbers of these tips. So there they all are. And then there's a write-up on them, okay? And you get to the portion where these miscellaneous tips, and they're talking about, for this one, we called this person and got this information. Well, let's go here to February 7th. because I think this is very interesting. Something like this right here. Okay. On February 7th, 2023, Idaho State Police Detective Jake Schwecke and I interviewed blank blank at the Moscow Police Department on February 7th regarding information received in serial number 3195. That means tip number 3195. Ann Taylor has no idea when she's reading this what tip 3195 is, who submitted it, what they said to submit the tip. Okay. All right. So when she would be receiving this and looking at this, just like us, well, what's tip 3195? What does it say? Okay. Now I have to go hunting down to find tip 3195, right? But this is really interesting. Why on February? Now, if you have a geofence up, okay, and there's phones coming and going from that area that you have this geofence in, right? Take a look. Now, after being advised of the nature of the interview and that it would be recorded, this person provided the following information. So the reason that they're peppering that is because if you listen to the recording, somebody would say, oh, this person's been talked to before, because they probably say in the interview, I just told you how I just mentioned that before when I talked to you before. They're peppering that because the question is definitely now going to come up when you listen to this recording that you've talked before the recording. And so they're just saying that we just told them that beforehand. So that's where we're talked to them. I would call bullshit on that right away. Like, no fucking way. This is peppering. So, right here. He is a blank at the University of Idaho, studying blank, and currently lives at blank, this area. On November 13th, 2022, he returned home at about 4:30 a.m. after playing video games at his fraternity house, which he identified as blank. Later identified as blank. He parked his, whatever the vehicle is, on blank directly to the east of the 1122 King Road. That's that side street that's right next to the house. After returning home, he took his dog out to relieve itself at about 4:50 to 5 a.m. You're telling me, you want me to believe that the first time that you ever know about this person is on February 7th? So basically those out there that are waiting to get that 1112 camera after 4:30, this vehicle is going to be pulling up, right? Right. And so here, think about this. They had that video, right? So then he says, after returning home, he took his dog out to relieve itself at about 4:50 or 5 a.m. Walking to the dead end portion of that side street directly to the south of what that's going to be back up behind the house. While out with his dog, he heard music playing from a nearby residence, as well as another dog barking in the area of 1155 King Road. What? Where's that? But didn't notice anything unusual. He returned to his apartment and got into bed. About 2 minutes after getting in bed, he heard a tapping on the window next to the front door. He peered through the blinds on the window but didn't see anyone. After learning of the homicides at 1122 King Road, he read reports and articles that he believed showed Kohlberger could have been the suspect who tapped on his window. What? He would have. This person lives up over there. Okay, so think about this. Ready? We played all those body cams of going around and people talking about if they got home and yada yada yada. Who's the person that said that they took their dog for a walk between 4:30 and 5 o'clock? Who's the person that said they got home after playing video games at 4:30? Not a single one that I've heard of, right? But this is what Ann Taylor was. These are just scattered through all of these reports. You got to go and try to find these nuggets. So then this is what you would have to do. And I'm going to show you guys a little bit of my work product. Okay. You would have to make like an Excel spreadsheet. Something like this. And what you would do is so for example, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. All right. So the report for ISP, 1, 2, I have a blank here for a reason. I'll tell you that in a second. And if anything was tagged into evidence, so what the evidence tag number is, the date of the action is 11/16. They did this at 3:16 p.m. Okay. But the day that they actually wrote the report, then the officers involved in doing whatever that it is that they did. Then where did this happen? Where was the location of this interview? Was the person a male or a female? If I'm able to tell who it truly is, and I was adding then who the person was here, that once I felt 100% confident, I then put this person in. Then their age, and why all of these little things are important is because that's how you're going to be going about trying to eliminate and identify who the person was that they were talking to based on where the interview was. Because if these kids went home and you can kind of try to tell what areas they're from, it'll help you in them, whatever it is that they're talking about. But then at that point in time, did they submit either prints or whatever? And then the notes, the most important things from it. So that's a sample of how that would be done. That's something that I was working on for the sororities that I was working on. I wanted to share that. Great. Now this, going back here. And Taylor, do you know how this stuff is just peppered all throughout? And then there's no follow-ups. So for example, she reads all this, right? She's never heard, I know that I've never heard the terminology 11 or 55. What's that? He returned to his apartment and got into bed, blah, blah. After leaving, he says this: once the interview was complete, I transferred the audio recording to a compact CD and provided it to MPD evidence technician Tim Smallridge. Okay. Now, see this right here, 143. If I'm making a note like this, it's telling me to go to report 196. So then I go and I find report 196. So hold on. And I say boom, hiding interviews. Okay. I want you guys to take a look how long this fucking takes to do. This is ridiculous that Ann Taylor or any lawyer would have to do this. So here I have to go to 196, right? And I'm going to tell you why I went to 196. I went to 196. It says on November 18th, 2022. I'm like, on November 18th? Why are you writing this up in August, right? On November 18th at approximately 6:23 p.m., Idaho State Police Detective Hugh Powell and Idaho State Police Detective Jake Schwecke interviewed blank, okay, who lives at blank, Moscow, Idaho. The interview was about the murder, blah, blah, blah. The interview took place over the telephone. Awesome. On November 18th at approximately 6:23 p.m., Idaho State Police Detective Schwecke and I interviewed blank over the telephone. This is the information that was provided. Blank lives with his girlfriend, who is a blank. She went to bed early. He stayed up until about 2:30 a.m. playing video games and working on homework since he is an outlying blank at blank. Okay. Now, after going to bed, he had been asleep for approximately an hour when he was awoken by a vehicle with loud exhaust speeding away down the street past his house. He assumed it was a white Audi that parks near his house quite frequently and has a loud aftermarket exhaust. The Audi normally parks near the cul-de-sac on the end of King Road. He believed it would have occurred between 3 and 4 a.m., but was unsure since he didn't check his clock. After the vehicle traveled past his house, he believed the vehicle turned onto Taylor Avenue going east by the way the sound of the vehicle was coming from. Okay. At approximately 18:34 hours, we concluded the interview. No follow-up. Was this not recorded? Interview on November 18th, 2022. Report written on August 3rd, 2022. Who drives the Audi? What was the vehicle that the person came home in? Okay. What is the vehicle? The person that came home, this is why I put these two together, is what kind of vehicle do you drive that you came home? What kind of vehicle do you drive? Well, that'd be kind of important. And this guy over here, if somebody is saying on November 18th, and they're talking about a white Audi, which could potentially match the suspect vehicle that you are talking about, don't you think that you're going to, like, I don't know, like, not bury this? Oh, by the way, we have to write this up. And the only thing that I can think of as to why this would have been written up is because potentially something like this. Okay, like, but it doesn't say that this was recorded. It doesn't say that you can go and find this interview. Like, where's the interview? This was not recorded. And so when you go back to this, and somebody's talking about playing video games, well, maybe they have it all confused here. People seem to, but I don't know how you could possibly not write up a report that you did. There's only one reason to do that. And in my opinion, Ann Taylor came across something. And so this dude then has to write this report later because Ann Taylor was asking for something that she came across in the discovery. And what's the report number? 196. What's this report number? 143. But they were prepared to bury this type of stuff. This is, yes, that's correct. They were prepared to bury this type of stuff. And that's what Ann Taylor was talking about, exculpatory. This is 100% exculpatory. If at the same time that this white car that was speeding away or the loud exhaust and stuff like that, if it's known in that area that this white Audi has a loud exhaust, okay, who does this white Audi belong to? Why wouldn't have this been wrote up in a report? Right after you did it. Well, it looks like you're hiding it. You can think whatever you want, but that's what it looks like to me. It looks like you're hiding. This would be kind of important. And then what's even 50 times more important is the fact that somebody is saying that they just came home at this time and that they're hearing this dog bark, which matches another witness's statements. But if you have a geofence up and somebody is coming now into your geofence from where you're going to see a new, IEM number coming on in, how is this person not interviewed until February 5th? Get the fuck out of here, man. You could take all of these and shove them so far up your ass. But for me to sit here, and anybody would have had to do this if you're working on this case from here, come on, from the beginning, you're taking and you're reading whatever they're giving you in this initial discovery, Ashley, and then you're having to go and literally fetch to get the information. And so when she writes up this bullshit here, she's a fucking liar. Because who was the person that was assigning for these people to go and do what they were doing? You have to have a list of that. You would have an Excel spreadsheet that said, on this day, this is what I had each one of these officers go and do. That's what Officer Payne should have had. You're going to tell me I'm in charge of something? Okay, I ran a bar. I ran a fucking trivia company. I had a ton of people working for me. Can you imagine if I just didn't have a schedule that I knew who I told to do what, when to come in, and what they're going to be doing? When my ice machine, well, why is my ice machine not working? I'm going to call up Nina, who just worked last night, and say, hey, what were you guys doing? Do I have to look at the cameras? What happened with the ice machine? Why is the ice machine not making ice? What did you guys notice this? Remember, you're supposed to tell me about this because I need to get somebody in here. Like, what's going on? So here we have a murder investigation, and you're going to sit here and tell me that you're not keeping track of every single person that is involved in your investigation and what their duties are. Get bent if you want me to believe that. And if that's what you did, shame on you. That's disgusting. Like I said, it was 2022 when this happened. AI is so fucking far advanced. AI could do this for you. AI could literally scan your report, okay, and put it and take all your scans and put it into an Excel spreadsheet. And then you would be the manual person to look at it and to make sure that nothing was incorrect. And that's what you would do every single day. Because then it all comes back to Ann Taylor asking, how did MPD provide these updates to the public? They were just saying whatever they wanted. Bye-bye. Like, that's horrible. Next. I can go on and on about what this is just crazy shit. Okay. We're going to listen to Dylan's statements now. One other thing. Okay. Let's look at this really quick. This is straight out of the binder. Straight out of the binder of life. All right, take a look at this. Okay, on December 1st at approximately 18:05 hours, Idaho State Police Detective Matthew Henley and Cody Herman conducted a phone interview with blank. At blank, the Moscow Police Department. So they're at the police department and they're having a phone conversation with this person. And see recording D7 for full details. Blank told detectives that she was a blank something lives at blank sorority house. She's a sorority chick. Blank said that she knew blank from being in the same rush group and met blank through blank and blank, who were mutual friends. Blank said that she had known blank and blank since about August of 2021. Blank described to detectives her activities during the day of November 12th and the early morning hours of November 13th. December 1st, okay? Guess why this is important? Guess who was re-interviewed on December 1st? Well, Dylan Mortensen was. Dylan Mortensen was re-interviewed on December 1st by the feds, the FBI. Why? Well, I think this is why. After Victoria Gooch on the 17th, okay, I believe there was even an interview, could potentially have been on November 23rd, but I'm double checking that. But here we go. This person, and look at the last name here. It's a shorter last name. So went to blank, or I'm sorry, where is this? Went to blank for a barbecue around 1 with these people. Okay, unknown spelling, unknown numbers, blah, blah, blah. Went to the Vandals game around 3 or 4 with blank, unknown numbers, phone numbers, like awesome. Stayed at the game till about halftime, went back to blank and was there until 8:30. Then went to blank with blank and blank, unknown numbers, so she could change to go to blank's 21st birthday party at blank and blank out of house residence on blank. She left around 11:30 p.m. with blank and went to the blank house. While at the Sigma Chi house, blank and blank hung out with blank, which I believe is one of the surviving roommates, Xana and Ethan, in blank. So I'm going to go with Bethany Funk. Funke. Okay. This person, see this, hung out for a couple of hours at the, again, Sigma Chi house and ran into blank at around 12 or 12:30. Blank told blank she couldn't get drunk and made a statement to the effect of she wasn't feeling it. Okay. She wasn't feeling it. Now, this would then be the second person who would then be interviewed with the whole thing of is that this person wasn't feeling it, wasn't really drinking, wasn't feeling it. Okay. Hang tight. Then she says, blank told her she wanted to go to blank and blank avenue, but blank was not ready to leave yet. Blank left the blank house and went to the blank lodge and hung out for a while. Blank and blank left around 1:15, 1:30 and went to blank's house. Blank did not go with blank to the blank house. At blank house was blah, 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 blah. Blank said blank only stayed until or approximately 10 minutes, then walked home. Blank left blank's house around 3:30 a.m. with blank and blank went to the hi-fi drop, whatever, blah, blah, blah. After blank ate blank and blank went to blank house, blank and stayed the night there. Okay. Then she described the next day. But then she says at around 7 or 7:30, she went to the hotel where Bethany and Dylan were staying. Funk and Mortensen. Those are what those blanked out for number 3 stands for. That's Funk Mortensen. This girl left the hotel around 9:30 p.m. with blank. And then in parentheses, I'm guessing it's like a sorority sister or something like that. And then this person, and then in parentheses, probably what sorority they're with, something like that. And then blank, and then there's another parentheses. This girl told the detectives while she was at the hotel, Mortensen told them she saw someone in the house wearing a ski mask and had made eye contact with them, but didn't know what was going on because she was out of it. This struck blank as odd because she remembered Mortensen saying she wasn't getting drunk that night. Again, December 1st at 18:05, which is 6 p.m. When was Dylan interviewed on December 1st? It doesn't matter. Before or afterwards. Really don't give a fuck. What matters is that this should be the question. In none of these reports does it say why this person was interviewed. Why on this day did you go and interview this person, right? So Ann Taylor would have to ask this person that question on the stand. Hey, so on December 1st at 6:05 p.m., it says you interviewed so-and-so. Why did you go and interview this person? And what did she tell you? Now, were you aware that Dylan Mortensen was interviewed by the feds on the 1st and that this is what she was saying? Did you pass this along to say, hey, this person has some interesting statements to say because they're basically alluding to the fact that this person wasn't out of it, wasn't, nothing. Like it's the opposite. Like she thought it was weird that you're telling me this when I was with you last night and you weren't fucked up. You were fine and yada, yada, yada. Right? Why would this girl lie about that? Put herself in a situation where it doesn't say that because a tip, this person calling a tip. This was what Ann Taylor was referring to. This is a report that's 17 pages, and what Cody and them write and say is, hey, this is just what I did from November 16th to December 16th. And so I didn't write it up though until, so then you have to go back and look. And I was able to say that this person is a, well, first of all, they add a new suspect to this. There's a suspect that's 22. If it was Jack S., it'd be 21. And they don't write this up until January 19th. And so none of this could have then been relayed to anybody, right? But this is how stuff would get, like, it's just about, why was this person interviewed? This is how it introduces this whole report. This is trash. This trial would have taken a fucking year. These people, like Idaho State Police Detective Cody with this other dude. Number 1, number 2, number 3. It just says this is the date, this is the time. This is the date, this is the time. This report is absolute trash. So on this date, on the 16th, the first person that you interviewed, why did you interview them? Why was that assigned to you? And all he's going to say is, I don't know. Well, who assigned it to you is going to be the question. And then you have to ask who told you to go do this. And then he's going to say, I don't remember. I don't know. And that's all they're going to keep saying is, I don't know. And I don't remembers. And you don't know, you don't remember. Well, isn't it because you don't remember, you don't know? It's because you didn't write it down? And so then the question would be is, well, then how are you interviewing somebody if you don't know what the fuck you're interviewing them for? Hey, this person was the last person to see so-and-so, or this person, like, how do you know what to ask them? Hey, just tell me about your day on the 12th. Hey, tell me about your day on the 13th. What? Tell me what you did. What? Come on, man. This is insanity. This is all fluff. This is crazy. This is absolutely, if mainstream media and everybody else wants to ignore it, the issue should be this. This is not how police investigations should be conducted. Okay? And it's like anything in life. If you do the math problem wrong, how the hell are you getting the right answer? So I don't care. Brian Kober, great, awesome. He admitted that he did it. He's a piece of shit. Okay? Fuck yeah. Believe him when he's saying. What a fucking piece of shit scumbag. And if I was the parents, I wouldn't want him fucking paying for my earns for my kid. I wouldn't want to think about that for the rest of my life. I would tell him to go fuck himself. I don't want fucking anything from that piece of shit. But how do you get to the right answer if you have all the wrong work? How do you get to the right answer when your methodology doesn't make any sense? How do you get to the right answer when it's like we just had the answer to begin with? Like, whoa. Like, wow. Why would this girl, and then this girl's saying what she's saying, that girl, whoever this is 1,000% on Ann Taylor's witness list. 1,000%. Which girl is she? You know, but the other thing is why wouldn't that be its own separate report? Why wouldn't that have been written on day, you know, whatever day that you're doing it? Why aren't you writing a report? Why were you manning the tips? It says interviews at the top right here of what this whole thing is. Herman interviews. Okay. What were they from though? It doesn't say anything about that they were from tips, nothing like that. This is bullshit. This is, how lazy can you be? And you're a detective in a murder case. And this is how Detective Cody Herman and his counterpart went ahead and what they did for a whole month, November 16th to December 16th, they were able to write up in a 17-page report when the majority of the report, guys, is let's see, how many pages of the fluff? 6 of the pages is just filling out like who each person was. And then so now you're down to 11 pages. You have 11 pages of which you cover how many people? 17. And this is the report that you come to. Isn't this the report where they're out looking for that Elantra in Washington, in Eastern Washington? Yep, right here. Sure are. Like, why were you vehicle canvassing on 1127 out in East? These are specific addresses. And so I went and looked at some stuff. And why these addresses were you out looking for a white Elantra? And writing down if any of these addresses had an Elantra at it. And the one that piqued my interest was Oaksdale. Is that what this says? That one piqued my interest. This Oaksdale one. And now this one gets thrown in, and this is regarding tip this. Just mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Absolute disgusting. All of this is just absolutely disgusting. But so to see Ashley Jennings literally write up a brief on that she's done such a great job and they've done such a great job with discovery. Here, Hitler. Here's everything the way that they gave it to me. Why don't you come take a look? Why don't you come take a look? Okay. I think that's everything now. Now let's listen to Dylan. Joe Lake, who interviewed Dylan on December 30th, he led the victimology investigation portion of it. Joe Lake is out of District 2, Coeur d'Alene area. And he also is the one that went to Dylan's bedroom and started taking all the pictures on the 19th of November. Again, right after the interview with Victoria Gooch on the 17th. So let's listen. While we're in the midst here, we're going to give Carol B a shout out. Oh, I'm going to be going through my Cash Apps and my PayPals. The people that donated for the FOIA, I'm going to give you guys a big shout out today. Deborah buying 5 Truth and Transparency memberships. Thank you so much. Kimberly West, you are the real life. Thank you. Yuri, what is good, my man? Dude, Norfolk County on fire over there. What a mess. Love your brother. He's turning 5 people green. Stoner detectives. All you 420s out there. Juror number 13, $5 super sticker. Custody queen. I think, did you comment asking to use a video? If I didn't say yes on that. Yes. Sharon Locke. Thank you, Lana, for all of your work on this case. I do have a question. I'm from the UK, so there are a lot of differences. Yes, there are. Is it normal for the lead state prosecutor to be so embedded in an investigation? No, I think it complicates things. I mean, they can be 100% involved, but they were like an investigator. They took on roles that an investigator does. So it's like they almost are making themselves a witness. That's where I think the conflict for me would be. And I think that Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson made themselves witnesses. And I think that that's another reason why they had to go out and get other people to be on this case. Because if Ann Taylor wanted to play that card and call them as witnesses, she most certainly could have. Like 1,000%, because of the roles that they took on. I mean, Ashley Jennings is writing up search warrants. They also made the decision to do the IGG. I think that that's all. If they were going to be able to talk about that, if they wanted to talk about that, like I said, Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson made themselves witnesses because of their roles, which that's where I think it makes things difficult. And they were acting like they were doing stuff because they were that they were just totally like understaffed. And I just don't think that's absolutely a joke. You weren't understaffed when you brought in 120 people. The FBI came rolling in with 50 people. I think that's unheard of. But I think that because all of their witnesses and stuff that they left, you needed to bring on Idaho State to do interviews because, like I said at the beginning, how you divided that portion up. But what I think would be hard is what kind of questions do you want to be asking these people? What type of hey, where were you? How do you know people? Like, I'm just basically those interviews should take a long time then because I have to understand who you even are in the situation in order for me to ask good questions, in order for me to get information. I need to know what type of, can I be telling these people, hey, listen, we don't care about the drinking. We don't care that you're underage. We don't care about this. We don't care about that. We don't care about any of your wrongdoings, and that's where it's just like, yeah, no, I don't care that if you say that to me. I need to get a lawyer. I need that in writing. I'm not going to talk about anything that if I'm doing something that's illegal. Fuck all. No way. But I want to help you, but you're going to give me immunity. I don't want to be. Why would you ever admit to the cops that you sell cocaine? Me and Bella were talking about this the other night, and she made really good arguments. She's like, Lana, you would never. Those cops the rest of your life know that you did that. And if you think they're just going to be like, you'll be a target then down the road. And if you don't think that you would be, that should be part of the investigation. Because if you have to get what the real motive is. If these motives could have been anything to do with what you think is a party house, or people could have went there to rob the place because they thought that there was money or drugs there, that all plays into motive. And then who could have been responsible? I think that when you're just telling people, hey, don't worry about anything that you did and blah, 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 you could be taking away from stuff. So you'd have to really balance. You'd have to get around a table and talk about it and say yeah. So me, no, I'm not going to tell the police that I ever was selling cocaine, sold anybody cocaine, was doing cocaine with people. I'm not saying any of that. It's just not happening. Sorry. And you could say, oh, well, you don't want to help, your friends out. Do your job. That's not me not helping my friends out. Somebody killed my friends, and I know that I did not, and I know that I wasn't anywhere near there, and I know that nothing that I was involved with killed my friends. So go fucking find who killed my fucking friends. Here's my DNA. Here's also, you want me to turn over my phone, and that there's evidence of stuff that's like that's. You can have my geolocations. That's it. Here's my DNA. Here's my geolocations. You're not going to get my pictures. You're not going to get my text messages. Sorry, but I will help you in your investigation in terms of that you can have my DNA and you can have my geolocations for a 2-day period. That's what I'm cool with. Sorry, I don't trust you. I don't trust your abilities. Maybe that's the best way to say it. You're not good at what you do, so I don't trust your abilities. And until you show me that you're good at what you do, and then therefore what I'd be providing and putting in your hands wouldn't be manipulated, twisted. So it's my trust level with your abilities, and you are not good at what you do. So I'm not giving you anything that you could fuck up and somehow twist and manipulate because you don't know how to read it. You don't know. You're already on like a path, and there's no getting you off of that. The way that I see these people. So yeah, no, go make your case. So think about it. 4 people were murdered, and your kid's 19 to 22 or 23 years old on that campus. I know what I'm doing for my son, and we're going to get a lawyer immediately. And it's not because my kid killed anybody. It's not because we don't want to help. It's not because we aren't compassionate, don't have empathy, and you have a killer on the loose. Okay, how do I know if my kid starts talking that my kid's not going to be killed for talking? So fuck all. Like, there would be so many things that you have to think about, and it would be safety. Safety would hopefully be number one. And I don't know. Okay. So Dylan. Here we go. Dylan. What do you got for us today, Dylan? Dylan again in Joe Lake. Gonna Where's my girl Christy?
Perfect. As we previously stated, you do not have to answer our questions. You are not a suspect. If there's a question that makes you uncomfortable or you just don't feel comfortable with, just let us know and we can bypass it. If you build comfort towards it later, we can address that later. Okay, but and at any given time, you can tell us I'm done, and we understand. Okay, so we are truly appreciative of you taking time. This is interview 5 or 6. Yeah, it's been a lot. And
okay, right there. She's like, I don't remember. What is this? Interview 5, interview 6? I don't remember.
We are truly grateful that you're so cooperative and helpful with this. Your attorney is present today, which is Robin. If at any time we need to stop the interview, she knows what to do. So, all right. We're going to start with the VBQ. Thank you. Very long form. The first question on here is your relationship.
This is the victim's VBQ is like the questionnaire.
To the victims, how long you've known each of them. So you've known Xana since August of 2022. Can you tell me?
Well, August 2021, I joined my freshman year, which would be August 2021.
Okay.
Xana and Maddie Xana's a grade older than me, Maddie's 2 grades older than me. I met them through there. I got close with Maddie because big is Maddie. And so me and would go over to Maddie's house all the time. I didn't know Kaylee at all, really, until that following spring when I met her the first time. Maddie had told me, Xana, and Kaylee that we're all going to live together. That's when I met Kaylee, and then I got to know her more this semester. I didn't know, I knew Ethan and Xana were dating, but I didn't really know Ethan at all until this semester when I first met him. Yeah.
Okay. You actually just answered all of those. No, you're great. That's great. I appreciate that. No, that's perfect. So you have a pretty good relationship with your roommates, with your friends there, and we'll talk more about that as we progress. You already know the questions. You already answered them all, but we'll just kind of progress through.
Okay. Also, I have this on 1.25 speed, so if you're going to make any comments about that you think someone's talking quick, no, it's on 1.25 speed.
This last contact with them, you saw him at the party. This is for Ethan, that is, on the 12th around 10:30 p.m. And I think that's consistent with what you've previously stated in your interview.
Yeah,
so
I know, I went to the camera, but I don't know exactly the time that I last saw them.
Okay. And then Kaylee and Maddie, you were hanging out with them, and I'm just going off of my memory, hanging out with them upstairs for a little bit.
Yeah, in Kaylee's room.
Yep. And that was about 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Went back to bed, so that was last. What were y'all talking about? They had just gotten back from the clubs,
yeah,
right?
we were all a little bit drunk. Kaylee and Maddie got in grub truck, and Maddie kept taking Kaylee's grub truck. So it was like a video of me and her, and we're like, oh, should we go get grub truck? And we're like, well, no one can drive. So we were debating texting the Uber driver. We knew him really well because we Ubered a lot, and so he knew most of us.
Okay.
So that was like our last conversation, was deciding.
That's why you were calling or texting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The Uber
Gotcha.
driver, he knows us pretty well.
I gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so that's talking about the Uber, the party driver, private driver, whatever. He's like, that's why you were calling, and then he said texting. So which is it? Did she call? Because that's interesting. I said that to Mark last night when we were on the phone. I said I would love to know if Dylan called, not just texted, because maybe that's why there's nothing afterwards. Is there doesn't need to be anything afterwards if I talk to you, and hey, I'm still right over here in the area, or I'll be, things like that. I can be right over there to pick you up.
It sounds it's a really unfortunate reason why we're meeting today, but feel free to fondly recall like we just did, because sometimes it can be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, sorry that's the last time you saw him, but it sounds like it was a good time.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Good. The next portion is kind of family and background on the VBQ, and you actually know someone for each of them, family members and whatnot, which is great. So for Ethan, I've had the opportunity to meet both of them. What do you think about them?
I think they're both really nice. I know Ethan is bigger sometimes because I know they were both very protective of me because I was like their little sister, and she's really nice. Her and Dana were pretty close, and her and her friends would come over to our place all the time, and she was always super sweet and super nice to us. But I don't know Ethan or their parents' names.
Okay, and that's all right. Out of Ethan and which one was kind of the more dominant?
I wouldn't say me, just because she was like they're younger, like always kind of like they were more protective of her. I don't really know which one was more dominant, like Ethan. I knew Ethan a lot more than I knew. From what I've seen, maybe Ethan, just because I guess people that I know knew him more, I guess.
Okay. No, that's fair.
Yeah, I don't really know.
For Zaina, her father's. Have you met?
Yeah, for Parents Weekend, he came up. He met my mom. He was super nice. And also Parents Weekend came up and visited. I think that was maybe first or second time I've seen her. I don't know if she's came over to the house before because she's only like 30-ish minutes away. But she came over for a little bit for Parents Weekend as well.
Do you know where she came from?
Wazoo. I think she's as well. I don't know for sure what sorority she's in.
So I've yet to meet, but I hear she and Zaina look a lot.
They look a lot alike, and they always denied it. Zaina kind of got annoyed when I said they looked alike.
So even their father.
Okay, I was shocked when I heard this. I was shocked to hear that Joe Lake hadn't met. He's doing the victimology, and he had not had the pleasure of meeting Xana's sister, Jasmine. Mind blown when I heard that. Mind blown. If you're doing the victimology, unbelievable statement right there.
Had told me a time or two, he actually got him confused.
Really? they looked a lot alike.
Yeah. And you know that Zaina, you wrote down here that both Zaina and Ethan were in a relationship.
Yeah.
Pretty good relationship.
Yeah, they were pretty good. I think it was about a year. They're both very similar. They're like very goofy. Like if they're there, then it's like when we go to parties, if they're there, then it'd be fun. Like that's how they were. And everyone knew Xana. Like all of Eva knew her, and then obviously everyone knew Ethan because he was dating her.
So they know Ethan by association.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even really know him until I met Xana, and people probably knew him beforehand because he was. But yeah.
It's interesting. You're not. Everyone tells me that same thing. It's just they're just a lot of fun. They kind of life of the party, and when they show up, things are gonna get a little more fun than they've already been. So, For Kaylee, you knew that she had a relationship with
Mhm.
and it looks like now I don't know if we know that there was something between her and, but can you tell me a little bit more about her and relationship?
I know like after and Kaylee broke up, it was very mutual. Like there was no hard feelings, and he still came over and hung out. Kaylee had just been kind of talking to me.
It's
I don't know if they
Mason.
were like officially made it something, but I knew she would stay over at his place. We would pick her up every now and then. And they ended up talking, but I don't know like how.
Okay, now that's interesting right there that she's picking up Kaylee over at Mason's. So listen to this.
Kind of talking to me. I don't know if they were like officially made it something, but I knew she would stay over at his place. We would pick her up every now and then. And they ended up talking, but I don't know like how serious it was.
Okay. Didn't ever come over and just hang out with Kaylee or
I
hang out
don't
at the
know.
house?
He like when we have parties at our house and we have a lot of and so he'd be over quite a few times, and I know him just from U of I. But I don't think he ever like came over and just hang out with Kaylee.
Okay.
And then also
Oh,
like
okay.
through our sorority at like Greek life and stuff. So I don't think he ever just like hang out with just Kaylee at our house, from what I know of.
Okay. Now, from what I understand, you're pretty tight.
Yeah,
Okay. But they're also kind of
yeah. It's
associated.
like out of my friend group, we would just hang out. And some guys are always very like don't always go together. But
I've heard there's been a few.
yeah, there's been a few.
Instances,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I don't fully know them, and I don't really know why they're not like super close, but that's just how they are.
For Maddie, you know her mother is.
Okay, right there, she makes the same kind of statements that somebody else has, and that was that that Kaylee's not super close with like her family. And I think she says like her mom, but she's the second or third person that said that in these victimology background questionnaires, VBC, victim background questionnaires.
Have you met?
No, but I was like sitting next to Maddie, and I saw her FaceTiming her mom, and knew that her name was Kaylee. And I know she has a stepdad, or maybe her mom's just dating someone. I don't know his name though.
Okay. And you know that she was in a relationship with.
Yeah.
How was that relationship?
That was pretty good. They've been dating, I think it was a little over a year. She would call him like about every single night. There was one instance, I think it was during spring break. She was in Mexico, and she was drunk and like was dancing. Maybe accidentally kissed him. I don't know the full story because I wasn't there.
When you say, are we referring to?
I think that's his first name. Yeah. But they.
I think people need to understand that you're just supposed to be filling out this stuff and talking about stuff that you have personal knowledge of. And I guess I don't understand why these detectives aren't saying that. I don't want you to sit here and tell me what you heard from other people about the people that I want you to describe for me. What's your relationship? Like, what do you know of? Bizarre.
I think they talked it out, and they seemed pretty fine after that. Like they just moved past it, and like whenever we would go to them, she wouldn't really say hi to them, like not make it like worse. And like me would say hi, but that was like, pretty much it.
Okay. I would have loved to have added columns on here for you and Ben.
Yeah.
That's not part. But
Yeah.
From everything I've learned, you're all just really good people. And describe the quality, both positive and negative, of the victim's relationship, i.e. strength of bonds, ongoing conflicts, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I kind of mixed that question up.
It's okay. So for Ethan, you describe was at the house a lot.
Yeah.
We liked him there. Social, goofy, easy talking. You ever just hang out with Ethan, just shoot the breeze?
Not just by myself. I wouldn't say I just hang out with him by myself. Usually, like Xana was there, we'd hang out with Ethan. To me, he was more like an older brother, I would say. Yeah. Usually it was all four, like 5 of us, me and the girls, and then Ethan would be there as well. Because usually Ethan was wherever Xana was.
I've heard that a lot.
Yeah.
Actually. Yeah. For Xana, energetic, positive, energy, hardworking, nice, genuine.
Yeah.
Let's talk more about that.
She was just like, obviously she was like the party of the life, but she was also very hardworking. Like she wasn't just this party girl. We had our math class together. We both failed it a few times. And so Xana was the one that always like pushed me to actually go to it and actually do good on it. And she like would set a certain time she would set to that class. And I think a lot of people didn't know that she was very hardworking because people just mostly saw the party side of her. But she was very hardworking. And she like, if she's going to tell you something, she can tell you the absolute truth. Like she's not going to like.
She's real.
If I were to ask her a question like, oh, does my outfit suck? She'd be like, yeah, it does. Or she would just tell me the absolute truth. That's what I mean by like genuine. Like she's not going to lie to my face.
That's a good trait.
Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously you respect her
Yeah.
for having those traits. It's great. Kaylee, it says,
Prankster.
yeah, fun. Like to do pranks.
Yeah.
Also very hard working, positive energy. I think you started to write something that started with a V, maybe. That's what.
Oh, very funny. Sorry,
very funny.
I abbreviate a lot.
No, you're all right. So very funny. Let's talk about some of the pranks.
Pranks.
One time we were, this is before school started, we were all in the living room, we had some guys over, and Kaylee wanted to do this prank. It was like this fake number. So you like are able to text someone without them knowing that's your, like it's a fake number. So she started texting Xana as like a fake person, was like, oh, another beer bong, another pair of shit, like I can see you wearing a black Converse, like those kind of pranks. And we would just be laughing and Xana would be like freaking out. She's like, no.
Okay, this kind of should throw everybody like for a wild loop. I've used those before. I've played pranks, but not like that. I've sent like my aunt food before. This is wild though. This is wild that you're pranking because you're acting like somebody is like watching you, like the Scream, the Scream movie.
Someone's actually texting me, and then she would look at Kaylee, and Kaylee would just start laughing. And then so me, Kaylee, and Xana all got to the house before Maddie did this semester. And we never like, we hung out with Kaylee a few times, but not that much. We didn't know her that well, but we got along with her really well. And she would always be like, oh, like, I'm such a prankster, we should do a prank. And so she decided that when Maddie got home, she would start yelling at us, like as a joke, that we took her alcohol or something. Like just those like stupid kind of pranks. But obviously they were all jokes and we would just be laughing. And we tried to get Maddie to think that we weren't going to get along. And she came downstairs and was like, what is going on? And I was kind of worried that we weren't going to get along, but we told her it was just a joke.
That's great. That's great. I like pranksters.
Yeah.
It adds a little excitement.
Yeah, that's how Kayla always was.
For Maddie, very loving.
Okay, let me tell you something. If you're doing that, it's because you think that the prank's going to work. So that would mean that Maddie had reservations of, is everybody getting along? Oh God, I hope everybody gets along, because I personally asked each one of these people to move into my home. Okay. And I try to pick people that I think are going to like all get along. Right. And so there would have to be some type of conversation, because if you're going to pull a prank, it's supposed to be something that would be believable. Okay. You don't prank somebody with something and it's like so far out there that they're not going to, fall for something. So that tells me that if you're pranking about the fact that nobody's getting along, that means that there was questions about that. So just keep that in the back of your mind, because otherwise it would just be so like, what? She'd be like, what is it? Like, this came out of the blue. This was out of left field that they're acting like they're not getting along. So I think that would have been something that came up. Like, and it could just be like Maddie was just like so worried about it in a good way that she just wanted, I'm the one that picked everybody. So
genuine personality, a social and outgoing person. On her, you actually identified the only conflict I think of was last year in Mexico when she kissed Maddie and talked about it and seemed to work out.
Yeah.
And passed it, right? Okay. That's very good. That's these are some things we just don't get to hear about a lot, and I hate to say it, because we don't ask the questions, and we need to ask these questions. We need to learn a little bit more about the positive side of people and so on and so forth. So thanks, that helps us. Arrests, court involvement. This is funny because, and I don't mean funny in a bad way or anything, but every person that I put this in front of in your age group says, nope, I don't know anything about this. So I'm like, well, hold on now. Let's talk about this. There's been parties and disturbance calls and people running out the back door of that house on numerous occasions and so on. And they're like, well, yeah, but we weren't arrested. And I'm like, yeah, good point. All right, good point.
Obviously, we had the cops come to our house quite a few times.
Yeah.
And usually it was like Kaylee or Maddie would talk to them because they were 21, and me and Xander were always kind of scared. But from what I know, there was no like arrests. I don't know if they ever got like tickets or anything.
Right.
I don't know like about that kind of stuff. And like no.
I think that you would know that. Okay, as a sophomore living in a house with people that were actually like my same age at the time. We lived our first year in the dorms, and then we got a house. There's no way that I'm not knowing if we got ticketed, because just because it may be in my name, motherfuckers, we're all paying for that shit. Everybody would know that. Sorry.
Like arrest for drug use, alcohol use, that kind of stuff. None of that I knew of.
Good. You know, yeah. We all have our youthful indiscretions.
Yeah.
I openly talk about this because it's funny. When I was in college, I paid my rent by having keggers.
Yeah.
I was a business major, right?
That's what we did.
Anyway,
Interesting.
back then we had keggers. We didn't.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we all have our youthful
indiscretions.
Describe victim's personality. For Ethan, you have really good relationships. He and Zana had a really good relationship. Been dating almost a year. There's not much there. Well, there's nothing for Zana, and I assume maybe that's because
that was just because they were together.
Okay.
For relationships.
Okay. For Kaylee, she and Joe broke up, but it was mutual.
Yeah.
No hard feelings. Joe and Kaylee co-parented Murphy. Murphy, how old was Murphy?
He was a puppy. I don't think he even turned 1 yet. Maybe he was 1. But that was mostly Kaylee's dog. Like she never would like make us pay for anything. And I think Kaylee and Joe did get Murphy together. And so Murphy would sometimes just stay at Joe's house, sometimes at Katie's house, more our house. But then I know he came over a few times after they broke up to hang out with Murphy and Kaylee. And like I walked in, Maddie and Kaylee and were all hanging out with Murphy. So like I knew, and Kaylee told us like it was both mutual terms where they broke up, and there was like nothing hard, and that they'd all still like they would both still have like love for each other no matter what. Because I think they'd been dating for like a long time.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
So I saw like Instagram pictures from like high school, I think, is when I saw him.
It's a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you all kind of took care of Murphy though, from what I understand?
Yeah, I mean like I would take him out all the time, but like she would usually, if she was gone, she would put Murphy upstairs, or she would make sure like we were okay with him being there, because he would whine a lot, or like sometimes he would get a little annoying, but we all got just kind of like helped out with him.
Good. Playful, pretty playful.
Whine a lot.
Yeah, he's very playful. Liked to pee a lot in the house.
It's interesting, but yeah.
That's a puppy for you. Likes to pee in the house. He liked to pee in the house. Like, remember that, Murphy? You've been a bad boy.
For Maddie, you put that she and had a great relationship.
Yeah.
I can't believe he didn't go further with the whole dog. Maybe he comes back to it.
Been doing the long distance thing.
Mm-hmm.
Did she ever talk about that a little bit, the long distance thing? And that was
No,
tough.
I remember like last year, because me and Quinn do long distance, and she was asking me like, oh, how do you do it? And I was like, you just like have to communicate and talk a lot. And so I know she and Jim would call about every single night, and he'd come up and visited. And the weekend before all this, he got her a flight to come down to Boise to see her. And so that she never said it was like anything bad about doing long distance, but obviously it's a lot more difficult to do. But they just made sure to talk a lot and call all the time.
Good.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you kind of helped her out with that a little
Yeah.
bit. Good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Personal habits.
For me personally, if I had a boyfriend at that time when this happened, right, and I'm not texting him or calling him, there's something wrong with that. That's the person that you would be texting and calling to say that something just went down in your house. You know what I mean? Like, especially after she's saying that she has a really good relationship and communication, you'd be hitting him up. There's no doubt about it. Like,
that slept over at the house a lot.
Yeah.
And I assume that's a crossover with Zayna there too.
Yeah.
For Kaylee, after her and Jim broke up, she had been staying over with me a few times anyway. Okay. How about with Maddie? Had she been staying with anyone periodically or anything like that?
She only stayed obviously she had Jim, so she wasn't staying over at anyone else's house. And she usually when we would all go out, we usually would come home at night, and then Kaylee would I think she only stayed at my house a few times, not a lot, but only a few times. And then I've never been to Ethan's apartment. I don't think he ever slept there really. He usually was at our house nonstop, but we liked it. Me and liked it because it was there's a male in the house, so it's safer. That's how we always felt. So when Ethan was staying over, we wanted him to stay there.
Gotcha. Yeah, no one's ever said that they've ever actually seen him stay at his apartment, which is kind of funny.
I don't even know where it's at.
Yeah, it's not far away.
Yeah, I have no clue.
Yeah,
it's not far away. It's not far away. His apartment isn't far away.
It's kind of funny. Pretty consistent there. Recent positive or negative behavioral changes. For Kaylee, said something about the Winco thing and someone following her, but it didn't change her personality, is how you put it. And just so we're all on the same page, there was an incident. We looked into it. We got footage, and yes, there were two men that
was
were.
it the Winco?
Yeah.
Okay, because I remember she had told me she came home and she was like, "Hey guys, we have to be safer." She was like, Xana was in the car. She had gone in the store. I think she was getting alcohol. And she's the kind of girl that's very aware of her surroundings. And I remember her saying one guy. Maybe there's two, but from what I remember, her saying one.
Yeah, and that's my fault. I shouldn't have said two, but there were actually two. Okay. There was one actually trailing and one out in the parking lot.
Yeah, I remember she noticed and she was walking out and she realized the person behind her didn't have anything. So when she got to the car, she threw everything on Xana, locked the door, and someone was behind. She could see in her mirror behind the car. And she told us that, and me and her kind of we all kind of freaked out a little bit, but then we just kind of pushed it over. Okay, we'll just go with each other to the store now, which we usually always did.
That's a good plan. So you
can't bring in an underage person to go get alcohol though. Hello. With you, that's
You just enlightened me a little bit. So would you say it was pretty mutual that you were all learning from each other?
Yeah.
With incidents like that?
Yeah, I mean, when I know when Katie said she'd taken Murphy out and she saw a shadow, obviously it freaked us out a little bit, and we would lock the door, which I thought locked, apparently never did. But I thought it locked.
So you didn't think that Kaylee was playing a prank on you? That's what I would ask right there. So you never thought that was a prank. You thought that was real. She never said that was a prank.
We would all just make sure we would take care of each other in a way. But when little things happen, we would think about it and then move it on.
See, right there,
that
comment right there just bothers me. We would all take care of each other. Yeah, exactly. There's no way that you would just go past Xana laying there on the floor after you heard somebody crying. That's not taking care of each other. That's the opposite.
Freaked out in that house. I remember one night on, but then me and were the ones that were always kind of freaked out in that house. I remember one night I texted and I was I really think someone's outside my window. I really think so. And I've always been paranoid like that, always have been. And he was I don't, it's probably nothing. And so I just take melatonin and go to bed. But
right there. She said I texted Quinn.
We're the ones that were always kind of freaked out in that house. I remember one night I texted and I was I really think someone's outside my window. I really think so. And I've always been paranoid like that, always have been. And he was I don't, it's probably nothing. And so I just take melatonin and go to bed. But me and are always.
I would take melatonin and go to bed. Listen, if you take melatonin to go to bed, I can promise you that she would have taken melatonin on the night of. Like, geez. So I would think that, oh, did you take melatonin the night of, like, on the 13th? Like, why wouldn't you ask that? Let's see if they ask that. That's immediately what I would
Really
ask.
freaked out, and the rest of the girls were never freaked out. Like Xana would be like, "Oh, you guys are being paranoid," but me, we would like lock our doors every single night because we were just kind of freaked out.
And I would also ask if she's ever taken like an Ambien.
But when little things like this would happen, we would just kind of like move on from it. Like it scared us for like a little bit, and then we wouldn't really care about it.
But why did you think somebody was outside your door, like the window? Like, why did you think that? And if you thought that and you called Quinn on that occasion, then why didn't you call Quinn on this occasion? Like, humans are, like, we're all in our patterns. Like, our human behavior. It is what it is. Like, what do? We have, when you're nervous and you, oh my God, like someone's biting on their teeth like this, or that whatever their little thing is.
Well, it's always a good idea to lock your doors, your windows,
Yeah.
things of that nature. And I believe your window was locked and your
Yeah.
So yeah, good. Any significant events prior to the murder? You put Zena's mom.
I just knew she was. I think it was like a week or two before, something about her mom texted her to see her in Lewiston.
Boom. What? When I heard this, I said, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Lewiston.
And then it came up that she was there for court about something. And so Zane was like, I don't even want to see her. And I don't know how I knew. I think Zane told me that she was an alcoholic, I think. I don't know for sure. But she wasn't very close with her mom, like, at all. She was just with her dad mostly.
Yep. Good. Did she elaborate at all on anything?
No, she never really talked about her mom.
Okay.
And neither did, like, with Maddie, she never really talked about her dad. So I didn't know if her dad and mom were, like, fully divorced or, like, what that was.
Right.
But yeah, I didn't really hear much about her mom. I just knew she talked about dad a lot.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
How about Kaylee? Did she talk about her parents very much?
Not really. I didn't even know them until I went to the memorial that was for all four of them. She didn't really, like, I never knew their names. Still don't know their names. I really talked about them.
Oh my God. I still don't know their names. I literally was like, what? They're the ones that are on the news every other night. Christy and Steve. I don't even know their names. I still don't even know their names. Okay. But this is really interesting to me, for me anyways. It was parents weekend. This would have been the last parents weekend for Kaylee, like, the weekend before. And this is something that's interesting to me, which is that, but think about it psychologically. Maddie, on parents weekend, Jake flew her to Boise. Okay. Flew her to Boise. And Kaylee went home to CDA. Or I shouldn't say, I don't even want to use words like went home to CDA. We don't know where she went. Okay. But Kaylee nor Maddie were there for parents weekend. So then I thought about it some more, and we've always thought that it was parents weekend when we saw the guy that's Ashlyn Couch's dad or stepdad that was in the house. That couldn't have been from then. Maddie wasn't there. Maddie flew out on Friday, so Jake flew her out and came back. That tells me that that's a boyfriend that's, hey, I want to get you out of there for that weekend because I know, like, it's a tough, because maybe you wish that your parents could be there, your dad, or maybe it makes you sad, and I'm like your family now, so I'm going to fly you out. It's something like that. But they're last ones, and so that means the house was left to these, Xana, Dylan, and Bethany. And so I thought that was interesting.
Really, she just said that, like, remember the one thing she said was, like, yeah, our parents would pay for everything, and she did everything by herself. So that's why, like, me and I was like, oh, she's the, like, the motherly one and the very like got her whole life together because she had like an insane job that she was able to ride a Range Rover, which was like we were all like just like baffled by that because it was like insane. It's like your roommate bought a Range Rover, like that's very impressive kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
Quite a
was,
status symbol, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and able to pay it like all by herself without any help, and then pay for college too. So that's how like we always called her like the more mother kind of like. I feel like in Prim Goods you usually have one person's like the mother. She was like that.
Would you, if she's more of the mother, how would you describe Maddie?
Maddie and Kaylee were very similar in that way. Like, they're the reason I know how to cook now because I didn't know how to cook at all. Like both like I remember one weekend, Maddie and Kaylee left, and me and Xana were in the house, and Xana goes, "Finally, the moms are gone. We can do whatever we want," like as a joke. So like to us, they were both as the kind of motherly part of the group.
How would you, if they're kind of the motherly, how would you describe Xana?
She's like the sibling that likes to have fun and party, like me. But like obviously she's more than just that. But she was the reason we would have a lot of people come over because she knew a lot more people than me did, and she was older. But she's like that fun older sibling kind of vibe, I would say.
And how about
Me and like we were just the young ones of the group, kind of just hanging out, doing like we'd do whatever. Like we just wanted to hang out with everyone.
and everyone was good with?
Yeah, we all like I remember. So Kaylee, she knew a lot of the and I didn't know a lot of. She wasn't. I didn't know a lot of her friends, but one night Kaylee was invited to the formal, so I helped drive them around, and one of the
Okay, I helped drive them around. What car were you driving? I would want to know what car she's driving.
like, oh, you guys have like the best roommate situation because we never had like any fights. We all got along very well. Like we would go to the grocery store together, go to the gym together. Like we did pretty much everything together in that like semester that we had, and like we all got. I didn't know I wasn't super close to Xana before this semester, but like I was friends with her. This semester I got super close with her, Maddie, and Kaylee. So it was just like we had like everyone knew that we're like, oh, you guys have the perfect roommate situation.
How did Maddie come to pick these people then? That's intriguing to me.
That sounds like a really good setup. Really
Yeah, it
does.
was nice.
I've had roommates over the years, and I can't say we all got along
Yeah.
as well as all of you got along. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot to ask you, what do you know about Ethan's family?
I met his mom and dad for Parents Weekend for like a brief moment. Some of them are like really good people. I don't really know them or know much about them. I just knew of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Risky behaviors, which would include drug use, drug transactions, excessive use of alcohol, use of prescription medications not prescribed to them,
Yeah.
drinking, driving, etc. We have some Adderall use,
Yeah.
which we're aware of.
Yeah, Xana, that was Xana and Ethan. They would do it sometimes. Xana would be like, oh, it's to help me stay awake longer for drinking.
Do you know if that was prescribed to them?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know for sure because I know Xana always say that.
Okay, so on December 30th, for him to be asking Dylan that, I think he already knows the answer for the record. And I think he wants to see what she knows and what she's willing to talk about.
She feels like she has ADHD, so I don't know for sure if she was prescribed that or not. And then I know Kaylee talked about it once or twice, but then Maddie was like, hell no, never ever. From what I know, and I don't think Kaylee used it that often.
I think it's pretty widely used
It is
these
very
days
widely
around
used.
the colleges.
It is.
Helps study habits or
Yeah.
staying up. Back in the old days, there were other things that people were using to
Unfortunately.
stay up and
Yeah.
cram for
Xana,
tests.
she would sometimes
whatnot.
use it. She had that like for math. We would have the math class and she'd have her test, and she would sometimes take it to help her focus a lot better. Which I don't really know why because I don't really understand it at all.
You think Kaylee?
Okay, I gotta speak on this. She's dating Quinn Kelly. Quinn Kelly's dad is a complete, like, unless her and Quinn, like they say, they communicate. How you can sit here and say that you don't understand how Adderall works. I don't even understand Adderall. I find that so hard to believe. Like, what? The curiosity, like, if you didn't know what it was, oh, what are you snorting there? Oh, yeah, we're just doing Adderall. Have you ever taken Adderall? No, what's Adderall? If you knew that they were doing it, like, oh, what's Adderall? It's basically a form of whatever, and then da-da-da, and she's going to give her, like, you know, but just mind-blowing to say that you're in college. Like, this is what college experience is all about, is like learn things, but sometimes has nothing to do with school, like book work, but like, it's like you go away because, hey, you need to go out and experience a life, you know, not live in this sheltered box. And do I think that Dylan lived in a sheltered box? No, I don't. So I find that hard to believe. I'll just leave it like that. I just find that really hard to believe.
Might have had a Adderall once or twice. Maddie, no. And then, of course, y'all drank
Yeah.
quite a lot.
Yeah, there's like, we had, so November, I guess it's been 11th, that Friday, we had formal, and we'd all drinking a lot that night. So like, there was often, like, there were times that we did like excessively drink, but I know none of us would ever drink and drive or anything. Like, if one of them was out and one was sober, then we would go get the other one if needed to, or we'd just get an Uber from.
We just get an Uber from Eric. She said his name, Eric, right there. We just get an Uber from Eric.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Of all the people in the house, and I've been in the house when I figured you to be the least of the drinkers, and I'm only basing this solely off of, like, you go into and it looks like, holy smokes, this is, you know, there's a lot of alcohol, and then there were everywhere. But then again, I remind myself of my college days. Yeah, it was everywhere. It was absolutely everywhere. But who would you say was most down to the least in the sense?
I would say Xana was the biggest drinker. And then Maddie and Kaylee, they would mostly, like, because they were seniors this year, they didn't go to like the parties so much as we did because they could go to the bars. Obviously, we could not. So they didn't really always have a lot of alcohol in their space. And then parents had just bought her a lot of alcohol for Parents Weekend. My mom bought me a little bit. I was also more considered like.
Bethany's parents just bought her a ton of alcohol. Seriously. Just so we're clear about this, my mom never, we would get it ourselves, but my mom didn't come to my parents' weekends and say, I wasn't like, hey, Mom, can you run down to the store and can you pick us up some beer? Can you pick me up some, like, you know, some Grey Goose? Like, we got that stuff ourselves. We had our friends that were 21 I'm just saying, I don't recall ever in my life, and I was a pretty big partier, ever saying, yo, Mom, woo, get over here. We're playing beer pong. You want to be my partner? Sure. But I never was like, hey, Mom, we're getting low on this stuff. I'm going to need you to get up over there to the Bear Cat and check me out some. I'm going to need you to give me a case. Yeah, no. Our friends just got it for us if we were underage. I think I had a fake ID. You got a fake ID though? Let's see what else. But I used my fake ID just to get into the bars before I was 21. What else did we do? Trying to think. Yeah, I mean, this is, yo, Mom, stock me up. No.
Lightweight, apparently. But definitely Xana and Ethan were more of the heavy drinker.
Like, to have drinks with me, but to be the one that's supplying it, fuck no. They know better. My mom's, why would you ever do that? Do you know what type of liability? Are you insane? But see, like, so when I hear that, I'm like, y'all are dumb. It's some dumb shit here. But then it's Idaho though too, and I'm just like, they just don't give a fuck there. I don't know. I just wouldn't be admitting that the parents were buying the alcohol.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
daily schedules. This is kind of interesting, but for Ethan, you didn't really know his daily schedule. What do you know about his daily schedule? What would be his routine as far as you know it?
Well, and I don't know. He didn't have a job. He obviously had his frat stuff at some point, so they would have like meetings and stuff he'd have to go to. I know he took classes, but like I didn't know his exact schedule because I'd be leaving, coming back, and he'd be gone or still there. Like I would never really ask like, oh, what's your class schedule kind of thing.
Okay.
And then for Xana, she usually her and Maddie worked at Mad Greek. They sometimes had the same shifts, sometimes different ones. Xana she would usually do afternoon, like 5 o'clock shifts, or sometimes during the weekends, like on Saturdays, or other days she would do earlier shifts. So there wasn't like a set schedule really for that. And then Maddie, she had her internship, which was from the summer. I don't know if it was the same internship she had this semester. I don't remember what the name of it was, but she usually had like in-person classes pretty early, like at 9. And then she would have her internship job, and then she would work at Mad Greek usually later in the day. I think she usually only worked like 1 to 2 times a week.
Okay, so really part-time.
Yeah, part-time.
Yep. Okay.
Right there,
and then-
that's really telling to me. When you're limiting anybody out there saying, "Oh, stalking at Mad Greek" and stuff like that, right there, she's saying some key words, which is that they didn't have a consistent schedule. She worked like 1 or 2 days a week. Maddie did over there, and that Xana's schedule it wasn't consistent. That she was like, "Oh, I was there Monday through Friday from 5 to 10." She worked. No. So that would be really, if you're a detective, you'd be making a really big note about that they did not have a regular set schedule. But they already know this if they went and got their work schedule.
Haley.
I don't think she ever this year. I don't think she had any in-person classes. I think she might have taken 1 or 2 maybe online. I don't know for sure. And then I know she worked at home for this business because she talked about a lot of her like meetings and stuff. But I don't know what the business is called. She just had like the last guest bedroom that had like the little treadmill thing in the office. Maddie and Kaylee I don't know what the business is called. She just had like the last guest bedroom that had like the little treadmill thing in the office. Maddie and Kaylee had put that together.
Oh, downstairs?
Yeah, downstairs.
Did she just say treadmill thing?
Okay.
The guest bedroom on the right when you first walk in, that one. I think Maddie mostly used it, but I think Kaylee did use it sometimes for working, but she also had her computer upstairs. So I know Kaylee just had her job. I don't know if it was an internship or full job, but I know she got paid for that. And I don't know her schedule for that really.
Okay. Was working?
No, me and Beth are not working.
Okay. That's nice.
Yeah.
You can focus a little more on school and other things.
It's probably not. It's probably maybe it was like a Peloton bike, maybe it was something like that. I'm interested in that because those take up a little bit of a room. And if you're talking about working out, if they put up something in there to have as a to do then you're not going to the gym as much if you have something there that you can do cardio with. Unless you're doing squats at the gym for that ass.
When it comes to recent changes to the victims' daily schedules, you left that completely blank.
There was nothing ever different from what I remember. Like nothing changed. None of them quit their jobs or anything.
Okay.
The one thing I do remember is Kaylee had talked about moving to Texas. There was a few. I think it was Houston, Texas, Santa Barbara, and there's another one she talked about. And she'd gone home, I think, for a week or so, and then the snow came, and so she didn't come back. And then she got her new Range Rover with new tires. She came home, and I think we convinced her to stay another semester. But I didn't know for sure she was fully going to stay another semester or not.
Okay.
That was the only change. But that was way before she had already been talking about this.
When she was talking about Texas, explain to me how was she talking about?
No, she just talked about how I don't remember what friend it was she was going to move with, but just that she was going to sell all of her furniture and get new furniture. I don't know why she exactly wanted to move. I think it's I wouldn't want to live in Moscow my whole adult life either. It's a college town. You don't want to live there forever, I guess I would say.
Right.
I think she just wanted to change. But I didn't know why it was Houston or think Santa Barbara was one of them, but I don't know why it was those two.
Okay.
But she had just talked about it a few times with me about doing that, and then we had like, I think we talked to Maddie about like trying to convince her to stay, and Maddie had sort of convinced her to stay. So.
Okay. Did anyone else talk about their kind of, after the college experience or after they graduate, what they had hoped to move off to? And
Okay, I'm going to tell you what I think about that. You have no idea if this person's staying or not. Your money is dividing up. The house is going to be based on, like, so from my understanding, there was somebody that was paying rent or that was not living there. Okay. If Kaylee leaves, was she going to be expected to still pay rent? I mean, because when you have $2,500, let's say like the house is $2,500. If you have 6 people, you're dividing it between 6 people, and that's what you owe per month. If you have 3 people, then you're dividing 3 times or divided by the $2,500. And so this to me seems way off because it's about the financials. It's about what were you going to be expecting? Was anything going to change for you? Like this wouldn't be a gray area. It would be something that would be 100% talked about a lot. And I know that it was. I know for a fact it was. So there's also just people out there, you guys. Some people are numbers people. Some people are not. Some people are just, lack of a better word, ditzy. Some people are just airheads. You know what I mean? They're just, that's just not their forte. Like, oof, like when you want to try to talk logical and you're just like, you realize like, whoa, this person's, maybe the word's immature because they're just not there yet. But how are you living in that house to begin with? You're supposed to be living at the sorority house. You're supposed to live at the sorority house for your freshman and sophomore year. Like, no doubt about it. That's what's supposed to happen. Or at least that's what, supposed to happen. Let's just put it that way. And even potentially up into your junior year. So how did you get out of not staying there? And then you're going to move into a house with the girls that are leaving the sorority that you're in. That wouldn't sit well with other people. That would be like, why does this person think that they're going to, come on guys, it's catty girls. In an athlete world that I lived in, that'd be like saying some of our teammates didn't have to come to practice and they would play. Yeah, right. You think the team's going to be okay with that? Like, oh, they don't have to show up to practice, but I got to be here for 3 hours. Then I have to go lift for an hour. Then I got to go do study tables. But that person doesn't have to do anything. No, we would all have an issue with that. Like, no, like that would cause problems, like personal issues. It would be, you would start having holding grudges against people.
I think Maddie, because she had another semester left, I think she talked about maybe going back to Boise with. I don't know what Xana was thinking because she was like still just junior, like didn't have her plans fully decided, and then we were like knew exactly what we were gonna do.
Okay, I noticed you're.
Yeah, I changed that.
You did?
Yeah, I had
her major,
an anatomy and physiology class, and it was like hell, so I didn't want to do that anymore.
Physical therapists, by the way, are awesome.
Yeah,
after 18 orthopedic surgeries, I love physical therapists. Yep, so if it's something you reconsider, I think you'd probably be great at it. You can help a lot of people. Trust me, they've got me back up and going without a surgery a lot of times.
Yeah.
And, it's been
what's
great.
Up, Brian? How are you, hon?
Anyway, digress there. Sorry.
What's up, buddy?
So basically, really, Kaylee and Maddie were the only ones that were kind of seen beyond the college years at that point. The rest of you are still kind of, hey, we're going to enjoy this while it's here, and we'll figure it out as we get a little closer to graduation. Right? Okay. And that's fair to say. That's a summary of it. Okay. Close friends. This one's actually really cool because you put in a lot of friends for all of them, which is great. This is for Ethan, that is. Brother, I think you knew all these guys since freshman year, so on and so forth. Anyone else you can think of with,
Okay, so here's where I think I would have an issue with that. Okay, if you just met Ethan this past year, right? You didn't normally the last year, so you just met him this past year, which means you all have all of this. September, October, you have 2.5 months. You guys, this is 8 to 10 weeks. Okay, 10 weeks. 10 weeks. So if I was in a situation where I had just moved in with my roommates, but guess what? All my freshman year, we all lived together in the dorms for athletes and we hung out, but we weren't on the same sports team. But then we decided we're going to move in. We're able to take over the lease. It was previously soccer people lived there. And so we take over the lease. I decided to go home though for that last summer and then come back. So I came back in, I don't know, end of July. Cincinnati was on semesters back then, so we didn't start school to the end of September. It's like September 25th. I remember every year. It was great because I got to play my golf fall season and I didn't have to worry about hardly any schoolwork because we played and traveled August and September. So I would to only stay like living with somebody for 8 to 10 weeks, and I was out of town a lot with traveling for golf. I wouldn't have that would be all I had. And so that's all they had is basically the last week of August. And then you have September, October, and then the 2 weeks in November. So you have, like I said, 10 weeks. And with people being gone on different times, that's why I'm saying 8. 8 weeks. You didn't know these people. You didn't know there's just, and that's okay because it's only been 8 weeks. I think it's interesting if she has a long list. It's basically like I would just be like, is this the people that would come over to the house? Like, how do you know that they were good friends? Would Maddie or Kaylee or Ethan and Xana just go and hang out with them? Oh, hey, I'm going to hang out with so and so. Like, I'm not talking about who's coming over on the weekends. I'm not talking about who's just coming because you're having a party. So these are the 60 people that would come, that would be invited or something like that. I want to know who they talk to outside of the weekends. That's what you would want. Who are they using? Who could you tell that they were having conversations with during the week? And that it was more substantial than like, where are we getting fucked up and who are we partying with?
With Ethan, anyone else that he hung out with a lot?
No, those are just always like frat brothers. Those are the ones that I know mostly of that would come over to our house a lot. I can't think of like anyone really else besides like outside of that main group.
Okay.
I feel like mostly frat guys, they kind of stick to their own frat. I don't really know why, but that's just kind of how it is sometimes.
Right. Okay.
That comment just blows my mind. What do you mean you don't know why these frats just stick to each other? That's like the brotherhood, man. That's just why you're sororities. Like, I would ask a question back, like, Joe Lake, come on. You've been doing this for how many years, man? You would say, oh, don't you guys' sororities all stick? You guys all, like, you have nothing to say when she's commenting on this? Like, this is just so, like, you're not listening, I feel like, to what she's saying, because you would be able to come back with saying, oh, so all the frat guys, it would all be, like, segregated. But was that not that way with the sorority girls? That would be what she would say if she just doesn't understand that. And I think that what she would get out of that is, yeah, we would all hang out with each other. It wasn't like, oh, because you were in that sorority that we couldn't hang out with that person because I was in this sorority. Get into that.
I generally don't add names or whatnot, but does a person with the first name, does that ring a bell at all? Have you ever hear anyone talk about it?
What's his last
Oh,
Yes. I know that because we would go to apartment all the time. At Kai, he's another one that we would hang out with. He's blonde.
Yeah.
I believe, yeah, that one. He's super nice too.
Yeah.
He hung out with us a lot of the time too. So that was also another close friend of Ethan's.
Okay. Yeah, he seems like he was pretty close to him.
Yeah.
And you guys.
And I think that's going to be Peter or that's going to be Tim. I think he's looking at this list and he's like, she's missing like his like main besties. It could potentially even be Kyle Fry.
Sounds like maybe had been to his place.
Yeah, whenever we they had like this, they called it a lodge party. It was like their main like
Lodge
party place, and then they have all these like little apartments. And Ethan didn't have one at because of his grades, I believe, so he had like an apartment after there. But we would go hang out in Peter's room, which I think was
Peter's room.
I can't remember fully, but we'd go hang out there all the time with some of those guys and with Xana and some of her friends. I think it's mostly the only apartment we would. I don't know if I lived with that apartment or if it was a different one. I can't remember really.
Okay. His brother.
Yeah.
Okay. For Zaina, you put both
Yeah.
and close with me. When we are we talking about which?
She's my big.
Uh-huh.
She's my big.
So
Emily.
last year it was like Xana,
Emily, Josie.
I believe they all lived together in the place called Shark Tank. But Xana was super. I said Xana was super close. I forgot about that one too. Xana and Ellie were super close, and then also Xana and Ellie were pretty close. And she had a lot of other friends, and like she knew a lot of girls from different sororities. I mean, I don't remember all their names, but she had a lot of close friends, and she had a friend named that did the for all four of them. I don't remember her last name though, but I know they were really close.
Okay. It sounds like maybe was close with a lot of you. She was
She was
right.
close with a lot of us. She lived right across from us in the Whites.
Would you say that out of all of you, all 6 of you in the home, or at least the 5 of you in the home, was probably the one that was connected with all of you, or would you say there were others when it came to friends that had an association or connection or friendship with all?
I guess you could, yeah, I would say I knew all of us. I guess she didn't really know Kaylee as much. Me and
Emily.
were the only ones that knew our friends and Kaylee, just because Kaylee was she was also an older. So mostly just me that knew Kaylee, all of them, and the other as well. But I knew Xana, Maddie, me, and really well.
Okay. Can you think of anyone else that had that commonality?
Of all of us together?
Mm-hmm.
There's probably, I'd probably say because she was also, but she also knew Maddie and Xana pretty well. I didn't know her especially well, but she knew, and I've talked to her a little bit. I would say there's probably more that knew all of them, but I wouldn't say they essentially necessarily know like me and very well as well too.
Okay. That helps. For Kaylee, but Maddie was her closest and best friend. Maddie, is that for Maddie? Is that okay?
They all lived in the house before us, and they all graduated last year.
Okay. And you don't know of any changes to friends?
No,
recently?
they last I talked to them, they are always super close, and there was nothing like any bad blood, I could say.
Okay.
Okay, so that's interesting. Dylan talked to Sophia Whitehead, and what she said is, well, I should say this. What Sophia Whitehead said that Dylan said is absolutely mind-blowing. Making it seem like Ethan and Xana came home before Kaylee and Maddie that night. I mean, her little interview is absolutely just explosive. That's all I guess. Literally explosive. Like, it's either the worst game of telephone I think that I've heard in the entire case, or yeah.
In this question, it's basically discussing fear, concern, or discomfort with a person or a situation. And Kaylee is the only one you responded to. And that was the Winco incident. And then Murphy as well, and she thought she saw a shadow of someone.
Yeah.
Where would that have been, that shadow? Where would she have seen that at?
I think from what I remember is that when she took Murphy out, so like if your back's at the sliding door and you look to your left, there's like those bushes over there.
Yeah, with a little
that
bit of
always freaked me
wall.
out. Yeah, and there's like a neighborhood behind there. I think that's what she was talking about, but I don't. Maybe it was like in front of her. But when I thought about when I envisioned it myself, I was thinking that backside because that always freaked me out. That's why I got.
Isn't that where your window backs?
Yeah, that's what freaks me out a lot. Is someone could just walk out from the neighborhood and go right to my window. That's why that window was almost always locked because it really freaked me out.
Okay.
But I'm gonna guess that's maybe where she saw it from. I don't think it would be in front of her because that's where the house is, like right down there. Like if you're looking, your back's at the sliding window. There's like the house down there, and there's one farther down there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Wait. Hold on.
So
Wait.
Because that's, but I'm gonna guess that's maybe where she saw it from. I don't think it would be in front of her because that's where the house is, like right down there. Like if you're looking, your back's at the sliding window. There's like the house down there, and there's one farther down there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
She's basically saying that she saw this person in the Moets, Matt, and their backyard. She's basically saying if Keely had her back to the sliding glass door, whether you're on the first top, the main level, or up in her room, because everybody keeps forgetting that Keely had the same type of slider for the balcony. She's basically saying that was in the backyard of Madison, and Tyler's backyard. Wow. Just absolutely wild. That's nowhere near this dumpster. That's completely different than I think what has been said.
So I think it was memory of that.
Yeah.
That Kaylee.
Okay, here's Gary Tolson finally going to speak up. It's only been how long? 41 minutes, Gary. You going to pipe in? Okay, this is Gary Tolson. And he goes, Tollison. It's Tollison, Lana. It's not Tolson. It's Tollison. Well, I'm going to call you dumbass if you keep up.
I know what you're talking about.
Tollison.
Okay.
So I think it was memory of that.
Yeah.
That Kaylee was not freaked out, was scared or called you guys, where are you kind of thing?
I don't really remember the full thing. I don't know if Kaylee told me this or Bethany had told me the story.
Or if Bethany told me
I
this.
don't remember when she fully. I know it was like a few weeks before all this happened. I know that.
What?
But I
So
don't
she
remember
wasn't
I don't
there?
think I was with Kaylee when she told me that. I think I told me, but I can't fully remember if Kaylee told me or Bethany told me.
And was there obviously a discussion, because this kind of
Yeah.
scared everybody.
What do you mean? She said she doesn't.
Was there a discussion of, besides the shadow?
No, just like that. She saw Shadow and it kind of freaked her out, like watching her. And then she just I think closed and locked the door. That's all I remember of it, really.
Do you have lights in the back? Were the lights working in the back?
No, but we had put there was those. I think we put twinkle lights. I think.
You guys, that fucking backyard is lit up like a Christmas tree. It's like 4th of July back there. Okay, she's calling the overhead hanging lights twinkle lights. Those are, dude. The other light that's like you flick. What? Dude, how do you not know this? Because your bedroom is right back there, and your window would catch the light. That's why you have your blinds like blackout, man. And whoa, just wow. Did your lights? No. Totally opposite of Molly comment.
I don't know if they were still there at the time, but I remember we put them up so when we were outside having parties, people could.
She doesn't remember if they were still there at the time. What are you talking about? You just had bought those. You know how I know that y'all had just bought those? Because you just took that ladder and you did all that stuff with that. Because that ladder wasn't there. I broke this all down with the body cams that I got. Girl, dude, is she a stoner? I need to know if she's a stoner. She just doesn't pay attention to anything, to her surroundings at all.
See out there. And there's one little light. I don't know if they're broken or if it was just very, very dim. But there wasn't very bright lights except for those twinkle lights we put up.
So when you looked out your window, you really couldn't see out the back?
No.
Okay.
And I hate to look at my window at night because that freaked me out. I couldn't do that.
I noticed on your window, by the way, you had it
She's saying that when she would look out her window, she couldn't see anything. This has got to be the most. What?
lined with plants and other things that could be knocked over. In my words, my opinion. Is that why you had them lined up there?
No, I just wanted my plants to have sun. That's because my mom brought me some plants. I just put those there. I didn't really.
I mean, that's so logical of an answer right there. No, I needed my plants to have sun, so I put my plants there. He's over here like, did you put those there so you know if somebody was like come through your window, like it would have had to break this and you could tell that it was been disturbed? Yeah, because she seems the type, Joe. Absolutely. What a great question. I like Dylan's answer. She's like, yeah, no, didn't do that. Definitely didn't do that, but that's a great idea. Thanks.
Think about that.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
thinking there's
No, I just like wanted my plants to have sun. That's because my mom had bought me a ton of plants. I just put those there. I didn't really think about that.
Oh, I was thinking, wow, you're really sharp because you put things right in front of your window that if someone tried to crawl through your window, they would knock them over.
Yeah, I made sure that window was locked nonstop. I think I was more scared that someone was gonna like smash it open.
Okay.
That's what I was freaked out about. So I talked to Quinn about that. Like I was really actually freaked out about that all the time.
Okay.
Um,
So she's always freaked out about what? What was she always freaked out about? Why is she always freaked out, but nothing happens in Moscow? Do you guys understand? This doesn't make any sense. You cannot say that you're always freaked out, but then nothing happens in Moscow. You can't say that. You cannot say that. You cannot say that sentence. You cannot say that you're always freaked out, but nothing happens in Moscow. If nothing happens in Moscow, that's why I'm never freaked out. That's why they are clashing statements. Unbelievable.
when it comes to anyone that had conflict or experienced conflict within him, you stated everyone liked them all. I
Yeah.
can't think of a person.
There's no one that was like, from what I know, I've seen people, no one was like, oh, they're coming, or like, oh, you're friends with them. Like, there was never anything like that. Everyone loved all of them. And like again, the only conflict maybe was like and Maddie, but that had been like gone over. Like it didn't really matter.
Right. Do you think that they had an ongoing relationship? And I'm not asking you if you know. I'm asking
Yeah.
you if you think.
I don't think they did.
Okay.
Do you know if they had an ongoing relationship? What he means to say is, do you think that Maddie was still engaging in sexual activity with this man, this boy that Jake's worried about?
Just from the way the way that Maddie would talk about Jake, I feel like you can tell if the person like really cares about a person. Like she would like just like smile and be so happy talking about Jake. And she felt bad about the whole situation. Like it just like it was a mistake, moved past it, that kind of thing. So from what I think, I don't think they had an ongoing relationship.
Okay. Thank you. That helps.
Helps with what?
Romantic interest in the people. Yeah, you put Kaylee for Kaylee. For Maddie, you put. But that may have been resolved, right?
Yeah.
What's that?
That's about it. You don't have to answer this yourself. Did you have a romantic interest?
Yeah, my boyfriend was dating for like 2 years now.
Okay. And anybody outside?
No.
Okay. I mean, you're young. You're
Yeah.
an attractive young lady in college, but no.
No.
How about
She had been talking, I guess not talking, but like hanging out with. I knew him from high school, and he was one of my friends in high school for a little bit of time. So
down in Boise?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so when they started talking, I was like, oh, like it'd be really cute if you guys started dating because I liked him for her. But I don't think they ever really like dated. They just hung out.
Okay. And nobody else that you can think of had relationships outside?
No, well I know. So before Ethan, Xana had kind of dated. So Ethan kind of had like some disagreements sometimes, like. Just like I don't really know
Are
the
they
whole
both
story.
Sigmas or is he?
No,
Yeah.
Ethan is.
Okay.
And so Xana wouldn't go over to the times, and Ethan would be kind of wary about it just because he was there. And Mason thing didn't. I don't know if he was just like jealous of Ethan that he had Xana or like whatever it was. I never really talked to him about it because I just was like
Mason
not my
who?
business. I'm not going to put myself in that. So that was like the only other I guess romantic interest that Xana had before Ethan.
Okay. And you don't know of anyone that was like maybe romantic after any of your friends that it wasn't mutual? Like someone maybe popping in where they work periodically or doing anything?
No, I
of
don't
that?
think so. Usually, like, we would talk about that kind of stuff, and I feel like they would have like said something if something like that happened. Well, I guess we had like Halloween, and I can't remember his last name. He was saying some weird comments to Kaylee. I don't fully know what like just weird like flirty comments, but it was like that one night I think, and I don't think it was ever more than that. I think he was just drunk and being annoying.
Okay.
What's a weird comment?
Like just saying, oh, like I'm better than Jack, like that kind of stuff, very flirty comments, like just not something you would say if you don't know. Like I know like Jack didn't know Kaylee that insanely well. Like he knew of her and like we would all hang out sometimes, but I don't think he knew Kaylee like that insanely well.
Reputations among people they knew or who knew them. And this is just so consistent that Ethan is just a fun, goofy guy.
Yeah.
Tell me about a couple of times where you got to see him just being a fun, goofy guy.
Well, there was one night, it was Halloween, and me and my friend were doing thing one, thing two. My costume had broken, so I was kind of drunk and pissed off. Not at anyone, just myself. So Ethan had given me clothes because we were at and I was pissed off, and Ethan kept calling me Thing 42, and I was like, no, I'm Thing 2, not Thing 42, because it was like a joke. And I have like videos of like me messing around with him, and he's just like making fun of me because I was wearing like his brother's clothes, blue hair, sunglasses. It was just like that kind of stuff. And he was just like I'm very like I like to be sarcastic a lot, like as a joke, and he liked to do that as well. So we would like just be giving sarcastic jokes back to each other all the time.
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Zaina, you're like,
That's
fun
a
party.
lot of fun.
Yeah,
What a dud. Joe,
everyone
come on.
knows her.
Yeah.
Would it be pretty safe to say she's kind of the hub when it comes to the parties, like the center?
Yeah, I would say so. Like, I guess she's the kind of girl that everyone knew. So it's like, I guess you could say hub. I don't fully know what hub means, but.
More of the center of attention, maybe, put it that way. Like if she's there, people just naturally gravitate toward her.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
Like if Xana's there, like you want to go and say hi to her and hang out with her, like that kind of thing.
Okay. Kaylee, you didn't really know until the semester. Tell me a little bit more about Kaylee. What do you think about her reputation or how people perceived her?
I guess like I don't fully know her reputation because like throughout our roommates we knew her as like the funny, like fun one I would say, but like because she knew a lot of older, I didn't know those girls, like I knew of them, but I wouldn't say like I knew what they thought about her exactly, so I wouldn't know like her full reputation. But like with us, like we knew her as like the more motherly kind of friend that like had her whole life together, that like to joke around all the time, that kept us like she was the one that kept, because we had chores we had to do, and she was the one that would make sure that we kept on the chores and that kind of stuff. So that was like her reputation to us. And she never really went out, like when I knew her, when me knew her, she didn't really go out to parties because it's like once you're a senior, you don't really want to go to the frat parties, I guess. So her and Maddie would be at the clubs all the time. So I guess I wouldn't really know like her reputation with other people exactly.
Okay, that's fair. How about Maddie? Let's talk a little bit more about that. Sweet, gentle.
Yeah, she was like, I guess everyone would say what she was like the cute, like very loving person. Very gentle. I don't think I've ever seen her stressed in my life. Like she's the kind of girl that like if something bad happens, she finds positive about it. She was that kind of girl. And everyone knew her as well, like as like the cute, nice girl. That was mostly her reputation.
Okay. How about?
I would say it's the same. Me and Maddie are very much alike, like very cute, gentle. Like I've never seen Maddie mad.
And they're big and little.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I've never seen like any of our roommates mad ever. Like I guess like people getting frustrated, like Sam's gotten frustrated about math, but I've never seen them like mad or frustrated about anything. A lot like Maddie, just like the wants to have fun, like nice. loving person.
That's a good description.
Yeah.
How about yourself? How would you describe yourself?
Okay, so this, I don't know if the lawyer said something and is saying and telling her, no, we're not going to talk about this. So I don't know if the lawyer's interjecting here. But that's what it sounds like to me. Is that the lawyer objected?
We normally don't get to ask these kinds of questions.
Yeah.
So if you see me kind of looking at and pondering,
Yeah.
it helps me to understand.
So I believe that the lawyer told Dylan not to answer that. I don't believe it was to redact what Dylan said. And why I feel this way, I don't know for sure. It's because of Homeboy's Joe Lake, the way that he goes into this next part. So again, I believe that that's redacted because the lawyer interjects and tells her not to answer that. And because it's all about, I'm not going to say anything that's going to incriminate me type of thing.
I only saw Dana and Maddie seem really strangers, really. Kaylee, she didn't like work at a restaurant, so I wouldn't say I knew. I never like working at Mad Creek. We would go there.
Thank you. How would your friends interact with those kinds of questions?
Loving person.
That's a good description.
Yeah.
How about yourself? How would you describe yourself?
Right there. She's like, I'm going to object. Okay. I believe that the lawyer interjected there. And so this redaction right here is not because they're redacting what she's saying. It was an objection. And whatever they were talking about was redacted. Right here. That little he has to
We normally
speak up
don't get
where
to
he,
ask these
you know,
kinds of questions.
Yeah.
So if you see me kind of looking at and pondering,
Yeah.
it helps me to understand you and your friends so much more.
Yeah.
So again,
very, very awkward. That was very awkward. And it was because she objected to it.
thank you. How would your friends interact with strangers? And I think you did one answer for all.
Yeah, well, it's just like at U of I, everyone kind of knew everyone.
Okay.
So it wasn't like you're meeting strangers, but it was like we would sometimes like when Maddie was working at Mad Creek, we would go there and like get free food. And she was always very like when she would meet people, like greet people like for serving people, she'd always be like super happy, super smiley, super upbeat, like, that kind of thing. I would say Xana's like that as well. I never like those. I would say I only saw Dana and Maddie seem really strangers, really. Kaylee, she didn't like work at a restaurant, so I wouldn't say I knew what she was like towards strangers. But like, if we were to ever like go to the grocery store, like people were to say hi or something, we'd always be very nice. They're never like rude to strangers.
Okay. And how about
Same way, all of us were like that.
and
Very
you as
like
well? Yeah.
like respectful to people, not like out of the gate, just rude kind of way.
Okay. If somebody were, and I'm going to throw out a hypothetical here, and let's start with Maddie. If Maddie's standing on the street corner all by herself, and a stranger comes walking up, and they can't cross the street yet, and the person engages her in conversation, and maybe it's semi-inappropriate conversation, how would she deal with that?
I think she'd probably just walk away.
Okay.
There was like one time my dad came to the house. He had just been standing outside, and Maddie was like looking at him like, "Who the hell are you?" Just kind of like very protective kind of thing. My dad was like, "Oh, I'm just," just like, "Oh, okay." So like she can be like, if you're giving her the wrong vibe, she'll be sassy to you. But if you don't like, if you're very nice up front, then she's not going to do that to you. But she's very strong-minded. Like if you're going to mess around with any of us, she'll like.
All right there. I was like blown away. Again, first time I ever hear this. Dylan's dad's been to the house before, so Dylan's dad knows where she lives. I'm curious. I don't think it was on Parents Weekend by the interaction and also like talking about Parents Weekend, who was there that weekend, because she never says that my dad met so and so. So I'm just curious when, he was there.
She'll tell you to back off.
Okay. It's a good trait, right?
Yeah.
I don't know when was Dylan's birthday. What was going on? I don't know.
How about Kaylee?
I would say she's kind of the same way. I wouldn't say she's as sassy as Maddie can be. Maddie had more of like, it's not like a bad sass, like it's a good sassiness, but I wouldn't say Kaylee really had that. I don't really know how Kaylee would interact with in that way, just because I didn't, like, I've gotten a lot close with her, but I wasn't like as close with her as I was with like Maddie and Xana.
Okay. And how about, same question, Xana?
Xana would tell him to go away. She's more of a fighter. So if someone's gonna like mess with her, she's gonna tell you and she will fight back at you. But if you do that to her first, then she will. But if you're not gonna do anything to her, then she's like totally nice.
Okay. And Ethan?
I don't really know how he would be. I guess like the main thing is he would just be very like if Xana was with him, like he would be like very protective. Like for all of us, he was.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody says something smart, I would tell them to go fuck themselves. Okay, if somebody says something to my roommate and we're standing there at a crosswalk and somebody's running their mouth, it depends on if it was like after like a football game and people are like drunk or whatever, like, yeah, whatever. But I would run my cocksucker, no doubt about it. At that age, yeah, 100%.
Always protective, very protective of all of us, but like in a good way. But I think he would just like joke around with them or whatever. I think he'd just try to make some conversation.
Okay.
That's always kind of how
Try
I
to
see
ease
it.
the tension, maybe?
That's what I was see as Ethan. Like he never wanted to create anything. Like he just wanted to like keep mellow,
How about you? How would you respond if you're standing on that street corner and a stranger comes up and maybe starts talking to you and it's even
I would
maybe
object.
getting to the point of inappropriate or
Right there, exactly. Do you see why there's an objection there? Again, I object. She's not going to talk about herself. Do you understand why that would be important right there? That question poses a threat to how she would have acted when she would have seen a stranger in her home with the mask guy. Okay. Oh, for how me? Oh, absolutely. Xana reminds me of some of my roommates. But it's very, 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 very obvious. That's an objection. But that question, I can't believe that he had the balls to kind of ask that right there after he just got kind of reprimanded. Like, again, my client's not answering any of these type of questions. You can ask her about, her, give her opinion of what she thinks, about other people, but because that's like a fact.
How would respond to that same scenario?
I think she would
How would Bethany? So then he moved on. Okay, how about Bethany?
just like kind of laugh and just like try and let it go, like just kind of ignore it a little bit, but not like rudely ignore it. Just like.
So here,
Street corner and a stranger comes up and maybe starts talking to you and it's even maybe getting to the point of inappropriate or
so that's
to create anything. Like he just wanted to like
okay. Here's the
keep mellow,
How about you? How would you respond if you're standing on that street corner and a stranger comes up and maybe starts talking to you and it's even maybe getting to the point of inappropriate or
I would never have my client. Yep, exactly. Object. No. Don't answer that, Dawn. She's not going to answer that. So remember, she's going to give her opinion about her opinion on other people, but she's not going to state something about herself. No. That could be used against her. And tell you with that question.
How would respond to that same scenario?
I think she would just like rudely ignore it, just like
Obviously, if you're by yourself, okay, if I'm by myself, depending on that is such a stupid question. There's so many scenarios that you have to like consider there. I'm not going to start like I'm going to ignore somebody if I think that, like, I'm not going to get myself, like, what? Like, if it's some gangbanger on the corner down in Cincinnati back in the day, you think I'm going to run my mouth then? Absolutely not. I'm going to get the hell up out of there. Okay, I want nothing. I don't want no problems down back over the Rhine when it was a bunch of riots back in the day. Like, I would never be over there either, though. Like, what are we talking about? That's just a stupid question. You know, the better scenario would be if you were at a party and you didn't know somebody and somebody came up and started talking to you, how would you react to that? Like, that's a stranger to you. But that's like more like, that's more of a reality for them. They're not out and about on the corner fucking what? Hooking? Like, what are you doing, Joe?
All right. Anything to add on any of that before we jump into the other part? Anyone need a break or anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay, let's push through then. Education and employment. Ethan was not working. Zana worked at Mad Greek, which we've already talked about. Kaylee was working at home. And Madison was working at Mad Creek and an internship, you think, since the summer.
Yeah, I know she had an internship in the summer, but I don't know if the same internship she had this semester
Okay.
could have been different or it could have been the same thing.
And you weren't working, and nor was okay. This one's a really interesting one. This next question is describe any online activities the victims may have engaged in that could result in financial gain. There is so much of this out there these days that can result in it. And it's funny because not funny again, I shouldn't use that word, but as I've talked to people, I got kind of this common trait. None of them said anyone did it, but everyone keeps talking about feet pictures. I did not know that feet pictures were so valuable anymore.
I mean,
Do you know about this trend?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. He's going now to somewhere that we've all wanted to know about, which is OnlyFans. Okay. He goes this route. Feet picture. If you're going to be asking us about fetishes, feet fetishes, okay, get your fetish on. Feet pictures. Okay. Let's hear about this.
I know one of my friends has sold feet pictures for money, but I don't think they have in particular. I know we've all talked about it before.
I know one of my friends has sold feet pictures before, but she has no idea what Adderall is. Wow.
We'll talk like.
And I'm telling you, this long redaction here, I think her lawyer interjected. Just my gut. My gut says that the lawyer interjected here. This is not just being redacted because of. This is the lawyers asking about. I just would be doing the same thing. Like, wait, what? This is crazy. Once she said her friend did it, they interjected. Yeah. I think, well, then you're going to be getting into, I don't know. Jeez. I know where he wants to head with this, and he wants to know everything about that bedroom and what it was used for.
Oh, like you could just make money from this, you know?
Oh, wait a second.
Talked about
This trend?
Yeah.
Did not know.
Wait, was this not the
this
front right
common
part?
trait. None of them said anyone did it, but everyone keeps talking about feet pictures.
Oh.
I did not know that feet pictures were.
Yeah.
so
There was an
valuable.
objection.
I mean,
I pressed pause. Oh God, hold
You know
on.
about this trend?
Yeah, I do. I know one of my friends has sold feet pictures for money, but I
Here
don't
we go.
think they have in particular. And we've all talked about it before. We've all talked like, oh, like you could just make money from this, you know?
The girls I've talked to about this, you know, that some are from
Yeah.
different sorts, are like, oh yeah, just take pictures of feet and sell them. I'm like, what? Who's buying pictures of feet?
I don't know if any of them did that. I don't think they did.
Okay.
We talked about it before.
Where would you even market that or sell that?
Good question.
There's like apps and like I don't fully know because I've never done that.
Like buy pictures by feet.com?
Yeah, or like one of my friends, she just knows a guy that has a feet fetish and said he'll pay her money if he can have feet pics. It's kind of weird.
Okay. I mean, to each his own. But,
Yeah.
I think personally, Bethany was taking pictures.
There's a lot of other ways out there too.
Yeah.
OnlyFans is huge.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. Like we had all joked about it before, but we've never done that. And I know someone said that Kaylee had an OnlyFans. She did not, from what I know. I feel like I would have known she had an OnlyFans.
How would you know?
I'm like, from what I know and what she's told me, I'm pretty positive she does it, but maybe she did and I just didn't know about it.
Okay.
But she just really doesn't seem like a person to have an OnlyFans.
Okay. So and part of the reason I'm asking these questions is these sites can sometimes draw unwanted
Yeah.
attention. And some of them that I have listed as OnlyFans, of course, sugarbabies.com.
He says sugarbabies.com. Out of all the ones that you could say, sugarbabies.com. Remember I told you guys about that? I fucking put it out there and I showed you what the people that were in that house that were living there back in the day and the people that were living right next door to 11. It was back in the day before it was 1112. They were fucking with older dudes. I know they were.
Craigslist, some of these other things. I mean, there used to be a lot more publicly available
I put their
sites
site
than there's
out.
now.
I
Federal
found all that
government
shit
shut
out
down a lot of those, fortunately. But things as simple as eBay. Was anyone like doing eBay type stuff
I don't
or
think
marketplace
so.
type stuff?
I mean, like I've bought Air Jordans off eBay, but that's like the only thing. I don't think they've like sold stuff on eBay. From what I know, I don't think so.
I bought my J's on eBay. So did the Glare.
Okay. I noticed all of you are very photogenic in your social media stuff.
Yeah.
And there's a ton of that out there.
Yeah.
You obviously know what a media or a product influencer is and all these other things. I'm just learning all this stuff.
Yeah.
Product influencer.
I got this really good intel analyst that works in my group for me. And she's the one that goes out there and finds all these things for me. And she by the way, commented on you and your friends. Thought you're all very lovely young ladies. Great pictures out there. She could see that you all had a good relationship. I noticed that.
She can see that you guys had a good relationship. This is the best that Idaho State has in Joe Lake to do this. Think about that. This is the best that Idaho State has to say, hey, you're going to be in charge of the victimology and talking and really getting to know the victims, getting to know their friends. And this is absolutely mind-blowing. Okay. That this is who Idaho State Police have in charge. Like mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing to me.
At least.
But he wants to. I get it too. People are gonna be like, "Man, no, he has to act a certain way. He has to act a certain way." He has zero follow-ups, none. When she gives an answer to something, he has nothing that comes from the answer. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I don't care about the role he's playing. I know you're supposed to play this role. I'm well aware. I get you, Joe. You have no follow-ups. When you get an answer, that's just lovely.
People, I'm not going to use their names. Were putting themselves out there a little bit more than others. Did they have open and which two I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm gonna guess Kaylee or Maddie.
Yes. Were those open source? I mean, were they open to the public? Could anyone go out there and look at those? Were they? Because here's where I'm going with this. Is this intel analyst who's working with me? She is really good. She's like, these girls should have been influencers. They had enough following, yourself included one. They had enough following, enough that charisma through the lens of the camera and whatnot to be doing products and other things. She's like, I don't know why they weren't. But wait, was that something you all ever even talked about doing?
I think a lot of girls have talk about that in general. I think it would be fun just to earn money from posting pictures. That would be amazing. You don't have to do anything, just post pictures. I know Maddie did. She would take pictures for a swimsuit brand, and I think she would make money from that. I know that. That was only a few times kind of thing. I know she had a picture from a while ago of her with the swimsuit for that brand. I don't think Kaylee ever I guess all of us would post a lot just because it's that's how we are nowadays, but it wasn't like to make money, really. I wouldn't
Okay.
say so.
There wasn't an end goal of possibly
No.
being an influencer or a product sponsor or something?
No, I mean, we all talked about like how fun that would be and stuff.
Okay.
And like Maddie had a Pinterest account where she'd post photos and she had like a lot of viewers. I think that's the only thing. Is like maybe you can make money from Pinterest, but it wasn't like that was her goal necessarily. It was kind of like jokes. I mean, started doing that.
The question is, did anybody ever approach you on campus to do it? Was it anything that you were ever approached? Did any of these girls ever say that they were approached? That's the question, man. Pathetic.
But it's more just like a joke. It was like whatever, you know.
So you'll have to excuse me for my social media current ignorance about this stuff. I always thought Pinterest was like recipes and how to build furniture.
Yeah, now it's like I use it for like outfits and eye makeup, like that kind of stuff. It's kind of changed. So like some people just use it for recipes, some people use it for like inspiration.
Okay. So it's pretty widely utilized for a lot of things.
Mhm.
And it can be one of those pay sites, right?
I think it's like, you know, on Instagram that do like brand collaborations. I think you can do that, but I know Maddie wasn't doing that.
Okay.
How do you know that?
And you don't know of any other activity that
No.
anyone is, okay. That sometimes can really be kind of
Unbelievable.
helpful, you know, if we know about some of these other activities. I don't want this to come off sounding weird, but everyone has a dark side to them. And what I mean by dark is not malicious or
I don't want
evil
them
or
to come off
anything.
weird or
What it
anything.
is they don't want light being shed upon it, right? Because
Skeletons.
whatever,
Everyone has
it
skeletons.
maybe is not socially acceptable from their friends or their family or something like that. So they kind of keep that as their secret off to the side. And
Is that it?
sometimes those things help us to piece together, why someone would be
Target.
associated or connected to such a crime like this. So nothing else out there though that you're
No, not that I can think of.
all right. Nothing for past employment. Did you have anything on that, Gary?
No.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
Describe time spent in other campuses. You got Zana down because of her sister. Jen.
Yeah,
Did you guys ever go to WSU games?
There you go.
we did not. I think Xana may have once, I think. I don't know for sure. But we had gone to Pullman to like eat food, go bowling. Like they have a lot better food, more stuff to do there. But I've never been on the Wazoo campus. I don't know if Maddie has either, but I know Xana has to like see her sister, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
I don't think Kaylee is. I mean, I didn't. Maybe she has in the past, not from when I knew her this semester. She hasn't.
Okay.
Someone doesn't have a damn clue. Okay, Dylan, did you ever look at their posts? Okay, Kaylee's at a bar at Wazoo. Like, what are you
I
talking
hear
about?
the WSU games are a blast.
That's what I've heard too.
Yeah. U of I, those making a comeback, right?
Yeah, they are. Surprised.
Did you guys see the football thing I posted? Bella shares it with me, and she's like, "Did you see this? The lights went out during their game. Oh God, you can't make it up. It's so Idaho. Check it out. I posted it on my channel. It was last week's game.
As for groups, fraternities, sororities, study groups, research groups, program type stuff, you have for Ethan, for Zana. Vandal Solutions. What's Vandal Solutions?
I wasn't in it. It's kind of hard to explain. It's pretty much, it's like if you're in a business major, they have this class called Vandal Solutions, and it helps you understand like how business works and how to sell stuff. I know a lot of people in business major were in that. I don't know exactly what it
Is
is.
it sponsored by U of I?
I think it is.
It says
And they,
Vandal
like,
Solutions.
Raise money for something, and it's pretty much just like, I guess for like physical therapy, we had to start doing practicums. That's what it's like for a business major, is like they would have calls and try to sell people some stuff. So it's like how to get like in the business world and then helping them get a job later on once they graduate college, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Dude, you're telling me that the University of Idaho is wow. They are pushing for their students to come get degrees so that they can be literally MLMers. Are you out of your fucking mind? Sorry, but nobody goes to college to become that's what Eco Shield is, man. This is unbelievable. It is exactly what I said it was. Holy shit. You know, I was joking around about some of that stuff back in the day, talking about that these frat guys started this company and like push people through this and get it, you know, and get them over to this. Oh boy. Wow.
That makes sense.
Kind of like your keggers.
It really was, actually. Yeah. A lot like it.
My kid is not going to college.
Uh,
Do that crap. They should go do that right out of high school.
Anything else on any of the program? So I know in school, I never participated in this, but a bunch of my buddies did because we were all poor, even though we were working all the time, going to school and whatnot. But they would volunteer for different research projects and other things like that. I'm not saying any of them were getting electroshock therapy, but we suspected it.
No,
Are you talking about like selling plasma?
I don't think they were. Like none of them, like when I think of research projects, I think of science research projects. None of them were in science, so
Okay.
none of that. I can't think of anything of that sense.
So I'm gonna ask it differently. Do you ever take any or pay for what we used to call short classes? Instead of doing a whole semester on a subject, you could pay for a 3-day seminar. You could do a 5-day seminar.
I have not, and I don't think. I mean, I don't.
Do you see how Gary Tollison is such a shortcutter? You see that right there? Listen to this man. Yep, Gary, it's all about the shortcuts, huh?
know if they have, but from what I know, I don't think they have.
Okay. Do you know if any of the other girls had any of those type of courses? You know, you could go for the seminar. And,
I don't think so. What I know of is it like those classes you take over the breaks and it's like compacted into.
exactly.
Yeah, I know one of my friends from Boise that goes to college is doing that, but I don't think any of them did that. Maybe they have in the past when I didn't fully like know them as well. But from when like this semester they did not.
Okay. And
You have their school schedules. Like, what are you talking about?
did you ever see them advertised at or any brochures? Well, I'm really dating myself. Anything online about these classes?
No. And the only thing advertising really is like for Vandal Solutions, Dana asked me to go to the class to earn like points or something for the class. For Vandal Solutions class. We went and it's just so like pretty much Vandal Solutions do this thing so like they can recruit more people to be in the class.
Right.
So that was the only thing really that they ever had.
Okay.
But it wasn't like Xana and Maddie were recruiting us to go there. They're like, oh, can you go do this for me for like so I can get points for the class pretty much kind of thing.
Do you know what kind of classes those were that they were?
Just that Vandal Solutions class. That
Just the
was it.
Vandal Solutions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. That is so messed up because the idiots would just think, yeah, I'm getting points for this. But really what's happening is that they're funneling people. This is gross. Dude, Idaho, you are so God, come to Ohio State, bitch. Let's go. Let's roll. We'll shellac you 150-2. We'll let you get a safety. We'll kneel for you. I mean, just this backwoods bullshit, man. This is wild. Come to Cincinnati. We didn't do this shit. Bring me to my class so I can get like what? This is unbelievable.
Cell phones, you all had iPhones, it looks
Yeah.
like. And you had a communication string going and you all added Ethan to that string on
Yeah,
12.
we had a group chat with the 5 of us, and then we changed the group name to Cougar Den. I don't know why, but then
Wait.
You all added Ethan to that string on
yeah,
12.
we had a group chat.
String, looks
Yeah.
like. And you had a communication string going and you all added Ethan to that string on
Yeah,
12.
we had a group chat with the 5 of us.
They added him to the chat on the 12th. Wait, that's new. I couldn't make that out. Now I heard that. We added him to that on the 12th. That's Saturday.
And then we changed the group name to Cougar Den. I don't know why, but then
Cougar Den? Like Krugers? Cougar Den.
Added Ethan to that string on
yeah,
12.
we had a group chat with the 5 of us, And then we changed the group name to Cougar Den. I don't know why. But then me
How would you not know why the chat name was been changed to Cougar Den? I know what that means. What? There's no way that she would not know why that was changed.
Ethan and Xana were all in, I think it was apartment at and we're like, oh, we should add Ethan. So we added Ethan that night to the group chat.
Okay. And I'm dating myself here.
She doesn't understand what that really means. He knows. Okay, let me put it this way. They know the date of when the group chat originally formed. Okay. This means that they all gone through the whole Celebrate to see like, okay, this is the date that the group chat began. Okay. Then all the way would go, like all these days would pass by. And then, oh, wow, they added Ethan to the group chat on the 12th. And when she just talked right there, she is giving an excuse more or less like why they added him because she thinks that she needs to explain that. He doesn't ask, why did you add him? But she feels that she needs to explain why he was added. And that's telling. Like ridiculously telling.
But, we used to just pick up the phone and call people. But with texting and whatnot, I know that texting used to be like really cool, but is that your primary form? Or because I understand everyone uses direct messaging now and all kinds of.
I kind of switch. Like I use Snapchat and texting. Like sometimes I'll have a conversation with the person on text and then in the conversation with them on Snapchat. I would say more people use Snapchat. I don't really know why, but I kind of just like if it's more important, like I'll text. But sometimes it's not always just important. Like it's just like it just switches randomly. I don't really know why I use both. Sometimes I do.
Is that kind of the same for?
I feel like that's how most people are.
Okay.
Like obviously you text your parents on text, not Snapchat, because I think that's kind of weird. But like when you meet a new person, you ask them for their Snapchat or not really their number. I don't really know why. Yeah.
How times have changed.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. So Snapchat's really a big thing then.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Is that the one where it disappears? The message disappears after X?
Yeah, you can do that, or you can like make it like stay for 24 hours. You can save it.
What about TikTok? I've heard of TikTok videos.
It's just
Okay, for the record, with Snapchat, that's all manageable. It's all manageable in terms of like you get to decide if you want your messages to disappear right after somebody gets to view the message and they get out of the app. And when they would come back, then it would be gone. Or you can make it so that your messages would like stay there for like 24 hours.
like videos. Do you remember what Musical.ly was? That's pretty much what TikTok is. It's just people posting videos. Like sometimes they'll do like get ready with me or like dancing videos or like informational videos. It's just kind of like whatever you want it to be.
Okay. Anything else social media wise?
No, I know Maddie had a Visco, but she never like used it. I don't know when the last time she used it, but she didn't use it at all really this semester.
Is that a payment thing or something?
No, it's just like it's pretty much like Instagram, but not as like it's like posting pictures, but not.
Okay, this is where I found Dylan's post from the night at either it's 3:33 a.m. like that time, or if it was 3:33 my time. It just depends on where the screenshot was originated from. Whoever took the screenshot, but either way you slice and dice it, it would be from 12:33 to 3:33 a.m. And she just says that Maddie had a Visco. Bitch, you had one. Why? Maddie had one because maybe she's not supposed to be talking about herself. So maybe she's not admitting that she has one. Maybe that's why. But Maddie has a Visco. Not Venmo. It's different. Visco. Well, so did Dylan. And Dylan posted that night.
For like the whole likes and the comments and that kind of stuff. It's just kind of you post whatever you want. But I think me and Ben mostly just used it. I don't know if Xana had a Visco or not. A lot of
Okay, so right there she says
my year had Visco.
me and Bethany mostly just used it. It's a sorority thing. It's like I think it's Greek life more like less. Right, so she's like kind of like goes right past that. Like, so I want to know if they're ready to say, "Oh, did you post on it that night?" Because she did.
A lot.
And how do you spell that?
VSCO.
VSCO.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's either trying to show her that he does not know about it so that she talks about it more, or he really doesn't know. And I find that hard to believe that he does not know and they went through her phone.
It's similar to
It's very, very similar to Instagram, except it's not like, I guess Instagram was more about like, oh, the likes, comments, followers, all that kind of stuff. Visco, not about that at all.
Oh.
Like, it's just like you post whatever you want kind of thing. It's mostly more of a girls app too. Like, not a lot of guys have the app.
Okay.
It's mostly like just girls have the app.
I'll have to check my daughter. She's in your age group. She probably has that. Yeah. Anything on that app that could possibly, I mean, is it public source? So can someone access it?
Yeah, Visco, the one thing about Visco is you can't private it at all.
Okay.
But you have to like type in the exact username to find them pretty much. But
Funny, I found you right away. I didn't even know that app existed until this case.
it sucks because you can't make it private.
So you can't browse it. You can't search for geographical
Well, so yeah,
location.
I guess you can, but it's like Instagram's a lot easier to search people because you can just like type in their name, you can probably find it. Visco, it's like you gotta search mostly their username, which can be kind of hard to find. But you just can't like make Visco private as like Instagram you can.
Okay, so let me explain something. That even now screams more to me that somebody took a screenshot of that. And holy shit. Wow. Somebody took a screenshot of that in her circle. And I believe that it was on Moscow time. And so it would have been, and he's playing dumb because he's trying to get her to talk about it to see like if she would say like, oh God, yeah, like I'm on that all the time or something like that. Now that's even more proof to me that they were talking to people and somebody was like, yeah, no, that doesn't sit right. Like, what do you mean? She said she was sleeping. Here she was posting and so I think somebody took a screenshot of it to show the cops. And since the cops are the leak, the cops actually could have taken a screenshot, but that would have actually been from a device. So versus like a Cellbrite, which would be different. So I'm leaning more towards that it would be a friend, somebody outing you, somebody saying, well, like here, like this is somebody outing her. Holy balls. Wow. That's so interesting now. And this is again, pure speculation, but this is because of the way that he's questioning her on this. That's why I feel it. She did post it, and I believe that it was at 3:33 a.m. I'll post. I have all the posts that she put on that. I'll go find them again, and I'll post them out there. This is wild. This is interesting. I mean, it's explosive. You know, the post that she made at, just so you guys know, at 3:33 in the morning, it was of pictures of her and Kaylee from Friday night. It was her and Kaylee from Friday night. Those pictures that you guys see out there. Wow. Holy shit. Damn, Dylan. You weren't sleeping at all, girl. I mean, I know that, but this is just even more proof of it.
Okay. Outside homeschool work, spend their time. For Ethan, he spent time at the fraternity. The rest of you would go shopping and
we
go
would
to the store.
We would do like Costco trips together sometimes, or like
Costco,
going to restaurants together. We kind of did because I didn't have a car. Car crashed, so we all kind of did everything together. Like if
Right
someone found somewhere, we would go with them.
I didn't have a car. Bethany's car crashed. Bethany's car didn't just crash. Like somebody crashed it, okay? Bethany's car crashed. I didn't have a car, so we just did stuff together, okay? Nobody's there to like rebut this narrative. But right here, like she just gave you the perfect end to start asking these questions. Let's see where he goes.
That kind of thing.
When was the crash?
There you go.
A few weeks before this happened, happened, I believe.
There was a mom.
I would probably have to, I don't know the exact time of when the crash was,
Do you know
but
where it was?
I think it was on the road to Spokane because she was getting a flight to Reno, but she had to drive to Spokane. All I know is like it wasn't her fault. Something I don't remember the full story about what happened exactly.
Wait, what? Wait a second. No way. Hold on one second. Let's take a look. Is that on the way to Spokane? I don't have it. Let me see. Let's keep playing this.
And you list for transportation that everyone had cars.
Yeah,
so.
except for
There was people in the car though.
Gotcha. But it sounds like you guys had a way to get around.
Yeah.
So that's great. We're moving on to the current situation, and
No, you guys, she's not driving to Nevada. According to Dylan, Bethany was on her way to go catch a flight to fly to Nevada, to fly to Reno. Okay, I have this on a Friday afternoon, and I have it that Bethany had somebody that was in the car with her. So that would mean that somebody's flying with her to go home to Nevada on Friday. She was ticketed for tailgating. Thank you. She was ticketing for tailgating. And what's interesting about that whole thing is that the people that were all involved in this car accident, there was like 3 cars. It was sorority chicks from WSU, her and another sorority chick. Okay. And then there was older women that worked at the university. It's bizarre that would be everybody was connected. And then another thing that's super weird is that the one woman called in and wrote a big deal about that she did not want her son's name because she had her son, who's a minor, little boy in the car. Okay. She didn't want his name coming out in all of this. I have all this. I paid a pretty penny to get that report.
we're going to have some
I gotta
additional
pull it up.
questions within this spectrum. Okay, so again, if you need to,
I got
or
pictures
this-
of
this
that.
scope
I
question,
got pictures of the
if you
car
need to take a
accident.
break or something, let us know. Or if you need us back off the questions, let us know.
Okay.
Okay, so in this is the first question is, what do you feel and believe may have contributed to your friend's death?
Yeah.
And go ahead, elaborate on.
Just from what I've heard, and like the autopsies, that Kaylee was the main target. And I remember when me and my were driving home,
The
we had
autopsy-
this like weird feeling that was Kaylee, just because all
Do you guys understand that this is December 30th? How does she have any information on the autopsies? How is she even mentioning the autopsies? This is December 30th. I'm gonna rewind that part right there. Holy shit. Holy balls.
Go ahead, elaborate on.
just from what I've heard, and like the autopsies, that Kaylee was the main target. And I remember when me and my were driving home, we had this like weird feeling that was Kaylee, just because of all the stalking stuff. Like we just thought it was her.
When she was driving home, I think what she means is when she was driving home to like leave and to go to Boise after this happened. Okay, so again, I'm just gonna rewind it.
Just from what I've heard, and like the autopsies, that Kaylee was the main target. And I remember when me and my were driving home, we had this like weird feeling that was Kaylee, just because of all the stalking stuff. Like we just thought it was her. And so when I think about it, I'm like, okay, well, Maddie and Kaylee were the only ones who went to the bars. They're obviously very like pretty beautiful girls. We're gonna go up to them. Kaylee and Maddie are both people like they don't care if a guy comes up to them. Like they want them to leave them alone because it's like
She was never at a bar with them, mind you. And so how would she know how they acted at a bar ever? She wouldn't unless she was going underage to the bars. Just keep that in the back of your mind right now.
Kaylee has her boyfriend. I mean, Kaylee is talking. Maddie has her boyfriend. Like, they don't really care to talk to other guys right now. And so, like, just from looking at the Grub Truck video, like, before, like, we all knew all of this.
Before we knew all of what? The arrest of Brian Koberger? Because there's nothing that they should know that the public doesn't know. We knew nothing.
Just the way, like, from looking at the Grub Truck, it seemed like, even though I know it's not at all, whatever, but it looked like she told him to back off. That kind of.
She's saying that it looked like from her watching the Grub Truck video that Kaylee told Jack Showalter to back off.
Thing. And that's kind of how Maddie was. Like, if someone's getting too close, she'd tell him to back off. Like,
or Maddie's telling him to back off.
She would say.
But I thought that Maddie, remember he just asked her that? How would they act with like a stranger, or would they be confrontational? They're not confrontational. Yes, no.
And so I feel like for like 20-year-old men, like that makes their ego go down, and they're kind of get pissed off about that. Because it's like frat boys, I think they have like this huge ego of like whatever, That's just kind of like what I thought about it. And like when talking about it, it didn't make sense like why all four of them were together, because they don't have like all four of them don't have this whole connection together. Like it just doesn't make sense to us. Why?
Wait, why? What? You guys, she just says why all four of them were together. What is she talking about? Why all four of them would have been together? This supposedly happened in their home. Why? Dylan, where did Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana, where did they all go together? Where did they go together? What were they doing together that you weren't involved, that you did not do on that night? Like you were there. What four are you talking about? I'm telling you, she's talking about the four that were murdered. What?
And like when talking about it, it didn't make sense like why all four of them were together, because they don't have like all four of them don't have this whole connection together. Like it just doesn't make sense to us. Why? And so me and like obviously come up with like multiple scenarios because like what is going on, like that's what we're going to do. And we thought, oh, maybe like because Ethan was there, he's 6'3", big guy, maybe he was a threat. We don't know why. That's like the only thing I can think of. And then just like a stalker of some sort.
Hold the door. Dylan. There you go. All four of them were together. She's basically saying her and Bethany were not where they were. Like all four of them were together. And then I don't know, he's like 6'3". So like this is her words. All of them were all in the same house, supposedly, right? Dylan, did you and Bethany leave? Dylan, what are you talking about? What do you mean all four of them were together? Then also this should be this way. Ready? Wait, you went to bed and they weren't home yet. You never heard them come home. And so what is she saying? That I went to bed, Bethany went to bed, and it was just those four together? Well, isn't that normally what it would be like in their house? Like it's all of the... What is she talking about? They were all in that house. Do you understand how that does not make a lick of sense? How she's describing it. And if I'm this investigator, I'm saying, wait, what do you mean? All four of them were together. Like, why aren't you asking her what she means?
And so me and like obviously come up with like multiple scenarios because like what is going on, like that's what we're going to do. And we thought, oh, maybe like because Ethan was there, he's 6'3", big guy, maybe he was a threat. We don't know why. That's like the only thing I can think of. And then just like a stalker of some sort, Kaylee, I don't really know. Like just weird. It's just weird to me.
Okay.
She realizes that she has to stop talking. Her and Bethany talked about scenarios, and wait, what?
In your written response, you refer to some of what your verbal response was there, and that's the rejection.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit more about rejection. Why do you think that might be part of this?
I just feel like I don't know if it's like for like this, but just like what I've thought about in the past, it's just like when men in college get rejected, it's like, well, shit, that just ruined my ego. Like, I just feel like that's how most guys this age kind of are. Because she's like, oh, like, if I'm flirty, they'll want to go with me. Like, I just feel like that's how this world's day and age is right now. And Maddie and Kaylee aren't afraid to say back off, like that kind of thing. That's like the only thing I could even like think of, because no one had any hatred towards them whatsoever. No one had like a disagreement from what I've known from them. So like when I think about that, that's the only thing I could think of.
Good. That's fair.
This age kind of are. Because she's like, oh, like, if I'm flirty, they'll want to go with me. Like, I just feel like that's how this world's day and age is right now. And Maddie and Kaylee aren't afraid to say back off, like that kind of thing. That's like the only thing I could even like think of, because no one had any hatred towards them whatsoever. No one had like a disagreement from what I've known from them. So like when I think about that, that's the only thing I could think of.
Good. That's fair.
Did they ever say anything like that had happened?
No,
Or
but
they would joke about something like that would happen or discuss it?
not that I can think of, but just like in general, like I knew like if someone would get up too close to Maddie and Kaylee, like Maddie would just be like, go away. Like she just obviously she would be careful about it, not be stupid about it, but she would tell them like, okay, back off, you know. And like I don't know.
Do you understand that her only experiences could be with, like, she can't be speaking about the bars, and these guys need to be saying like, when did you see this? Where did you see this? Like, where were they physically at? Where were you physically all with them that you saw Maddie ever say, hey, you need to back off. Hey, you need to back off. And the answer that you would get is the fraternity guys, the frats.
Exactly how they were at the clubs because I never went with them.
There you go.
So I don't know what their behavior was like or like what exactly how they were exactly.
Thank you. So where?
How about at the parties at the frat? You never saw them at parties or
Well,
interact
it's like
with?
when we'd have parties at our house, I would see them, but it's all guys that we all knew and liked, so there's never any weird stuff.
Then
like,
where was the weird shit?
of a guy getting too close? Only weird thing was like with Kaylee, and I think Kaylee had told him like, "What the fuck," like, you know, kind of back off, kind of thing. But when we invited people to our houses, people that we all liked and all like knew, there's never like weird tension between people and our roommates at the house.
Okay.
This next one's a big one. And had we done this interview yesterday, I don't know if it worked out fine, but would you have been able to put anything down for the second question, which is, do you know who is responsible for the murders of your friends?
There it
No,
is.
I thought it was Walter the whole time.
Serious?
Yeah.
Boom. Cannot believe she just came out and said that. I thought it was Jack Showalter the whole time. Boom. Why? And it's important why she thinks that. And Nancy Taylor was going to ask her that. You thought it was Jack Showalter the whole time, didn't you? Why?
I thought it was him until when I did the last FBI interview.
Right there, she comes up. When I did the last FBI interview, she's done multiple FBI interviews. There it is. She outs it that she's done more than one FBI interview. When I did the last FBI interview,
They had said Jack has been so cooperative and blah blah, and that
Is that
like
the one with Aaron when you did the interview? with
yeah,
Aaron?
no, it was the one on the Zoom thing. Maybe that was Aaron. I can't remember.
No, it was with you.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my mom had talked about all the media stuff, and then someone said something about how he's been in the same exact media and that he's been so helpful and cooperative, and that made me think, oh, that was a good way that it wasn't him. So then I was like, okay, well, shit, it's not him. Like, I don't know who else it could be. And I really thought it was from UVI because it's like they knew where we lived. Because for me, to go up to Katie and Maddie's room, you have to go past my door. I don't know if I locked my door or not that night. I usually did when I wasn't drunk, but I was drunk that night, so I have no clue. So that's why I kind of just figured it would be someone in UVI that knew exactly where all of us lived in that room, in the house. Because obviously they never went down to the bedroom ever, from what I know. So that kind of obviously exactly where all of us lived in that room, in the house. Because obviously they never went down to the bedroom ever, from what I know. So that kind of just like made me think, oh, it's probably someone from UVI. But like we've been talking to our friends, like who could it be? And we couldn't think of anyone. And the only thought we had was just because of like he lived next door to us, he was blah blah blah, like just random stuff like that. But then we saw the video of Maddie and Kaylee and walking together, and we're like, oh shit, like they were walking together. It wasn't like, you know, that's what also kind of made me believe like it really wasn't him. So no, I wouldn't have known at all who it was yesterday.
okay. Have you ever seen this Brian Koberger before?
No. I remember when told me some, or I don't remember, someone said, oh, the rest was in Pennsylvania. That was like, okay. Told me
Before?
no. I remember when told me some, or I don't remember, someone said, oh, the rest was in Pennsylvania. That was like, okay. I don't know anyone from Pennsylvania. I don't know anyone that has ties to Pennsylvania. And so that like really weirded me out. Or I don't remember, someone said, oh, the rest was in Pennsylvania. That was like, okay. I don't know anyone from Pennsylvania. I don't know anyone that has ties to Pennsylvania. And so that like really
Okay, when she's speaking like this and she's saying words like, I don't know anyone from Pennsylvania, anyone with ties to Pennsylvania, this is when she's outing the fact that she's not a ditz, in my personal opinion. Ties to Pennsylvania. Like, that's not somebody that says that they don't know what Adderall is, okay? Okay.
me out, which is like, oh, the rest was in Pennsylvania. That was like, okay. I don't know anyone from Pennsylvania. I don't know anyone that has ties to Pennsylvania. And so that like really weirded me out, which is like why, like, I feel like people that we know, if they had family in Pennsylvania, like I would have known, you know? So this, like, it does shock me because it's like, it's a dumb.
Okay, this doesn't make any sense because when it was told that the person was arrested in Pennsylvania, it immediately said they were a student at WSU. What this is telling me is that she was told the person was from Pennsylvania before she ever, that the other part was part of it. Holy shit. You get what I'm saying? And this kind of goes with you would that's not, you would say like WSU because it was we made an arrest in Pennsylvania, but the person was a student at WSU. I mean, that was all part of it. It was not
WSU student. I feel like the people that we know, if they had family in Pennsylvania, like I would have known, you know? So this, like, it does shock me because it's like, it's a WSU student. Like, they don't know them, so what was the point exactly? Like, for me, I would have thought it'd be like,
how do you know that he didn't know them? Like, listen, this is the conversation that's happening on December 30th. Okay. How do you know that Brian Kober does not know them?
some stalker that was obsessed with one of them or something. Which is like why, like, I feel like the people that we know, if they had family in Pennsylvania, like I would have known, you know? So this, like, it does shock me because it's like, it's a WSU student. Like, they don't know them, so what was the point exactly? Like, for me, I would have thought it'd be like some stalker that was obsessed with one of them or something.
Okay. Have you seen a picture?
They don't know them, so what was the point exactly? Like, for me, I would have thought it'd be like some stalker that was obsessed with one of them or something.
So she doesn't think that Brian Kober is a stalker who's obsessed with them.
Have you seen a picture of Mr. Kober?
Yeah, I looked him up today when I found out. Yeah.
Yeah, I looked him up today when I found out.
So you've, I'm not sure which picture you've seen of him.
I've seen the mugshot one with the vest thing, I think.
Okay.
It's on there now.
Yeah, it's all
It's
on
on
the internet.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to word this carefully, but is this Brian Kober the person that you saw in this mugshot? Is that the person you saw in your house?
I have no clue. From what I remember, I just remember seeing this figure that was like not fat, obviously, but more of like the skinnier toned build and some mask on. I don't know what the mask exactly was, but when I thought about it, it was just like covering here and here. I don't know if it was covering his mouth, his nose, or below his mouth and nose. I just remember knowing that he was white, but I didn't know how he was white. I just knew he was. And just knowing there's like, I knew he looked at me because of a bushy eyebrow. That's all I remember. I like, for therapy, I asked her to help me like go in a calm state of mind to help me like remember stuff, but nothing could come up, which was really weird.
Oh my God, she admits that she went through. Dude, that would be brought up in court. Holy shit. Oh my God. No way. Hold on.
And just knowing there's like, I don't know what the mask exactly was, but when I thought about it, it was just like covering here and here. I don't know if it was covering his mouth, his nose, or below his mouth and nose. I just remember knowing that he was white, but I didn't know how he was white. I just knew he was. And just knowing there's like, I knew he looked at me because of a bushy eyebrow. That's all I remember. I like, for therapy, I asked her to help me.
For therapy, I asked her to help me to remember it. That's, oh my God, that would come out. Oh my God. It would, when were these therapy sessions? They would, how did Aunt Taylor not catch this? Was this EM, what kind of therapy sessions were they doing?
Like, go in a conversation of mine to help me like remember stuff, but nothing could come up, which was really weird. The only thing that helped come up was like hearing Kaylee's footsteps, but not hearing another pair of footsteps. That really freaked me out. Come up, which was really weird. The only thing that helped come up was like hearing Kaylee's footsteps, but not hearing another pair of footsteps. That really freaked me out. Because obviously I'm right next to there. And so I was like, okay, well, why didn't I hear his footsteps or like another pair of footsteps? But
That's so interesting. Do you understand that that means if the therapist was working with her, they would have covered the ground of, because I've always wondered this, how much time was there between, you know, someone going up the stairs, right? And her saying, there's someone here. And then the therapist saying, like, well, how do you know that it was Kaylee going up the stairs versus if somebody goes up the stairs, right? And then they come in and they open up the door and then saying, oh my God, there's somebody here. Like, how do you know that it couldn't be two different people then? And how certain after the one was the one? Did it happen like simultaneously of once they got like, okay, you heard it go upstairs and then boom, it was, there's someone here. But the way that she's describing this is that she knows that it was Kaylee for sure that went upstairs, and that right after she's hearing those footsteps, she's saying that there's somebody here. I want to know when she was doing this therapy.
no idea what he looked like. I don't like, when I looked at his picture, nothing came back to me at all.
And see, that would be, I think, so interesting for the jury to hear.
So that like, I don't know, I feel like if I saw that, my mind would be like, oh yeah, that's him. But it just,
Right there. Like, wow. And because I think this is genuine. I think that this is how I look at it. If you guys think that Dylan was coached, then you guys are nuts. Dylan is not coached by like, because in what she would have said in this interview, she would have been like, oh my God, fuck yeah. Like I couldn't, like I almost fainted when I saw the picture and I said, holy fucking shit, that's him. She doesn't say that. She doesn't say that at all. So if you want to say like, that's where, to me, if you want to think that Dylan was working with the police or some shit like that in some weird way like that, that's what she would say. And that's not what happened here. She's basically saying that I was expecting, oh my God, let me see this person. And I'm sure she did the whole like covering up like to see. And it's like, well, how about this, Joe? I have a question for you. Why didn't you guys offer her a lineup with Brian Kober in it? Because you knew that this was coming. None of that would be admissible in court, right? What this line of questioning, all the stuff that's recorded here, fuck yeah, it's admissible. This is her interview. This is 100. Everything right here would be coming out in court. All of this. And it would be like, Dylan, they didn't offer you a lineup, did they? To show you the people? And you like love eyebrows, don't you? So like those are like you, if you know, you're big on drawing eyebrows, right? Okay, so none of that stood out to you, right? Here you go.
I don't remember at all.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
when you had gone down to the room and stuff that night, said you had described that he had a big nose. Do you remember saying that?
No, I don't remember that at all. And I know, like, when the police came to my house to do an interview, I was looking at my text to have, like, proof of stuff, and it said Xana's wearing all black. I don't remember her texting me that at all. I don't remember our conversation. All I remember was something about a firework or fire, so I thought someone had thrown fireworks in our house or something, but I don't remember a big nose at all, like, at all. That's, like, all I remember is, like, some bushy eyebrow and all black and some sort of mask, but it wasn't, like, one of those circle ski masks. That's all I remember. and this thing he held, but I kept calling it mini vacuum, which I don't really know why that doesn't make sense at all. I just remember calling it mini vacuum. And then I remember when I went downstairs to the bedroom, I don't remember what we talked about at all. I just remember like laying in bed, looking outside the window and seeing a truck, what I thought was a truck. I don't remember the color. I don't remember, like, it was like a decent sized truck. But I remember saying like it could have just been like the neighbors because I could hear trucks going by all the time, you know? But I don't remember what we talked about. I don't remember what I called her about. Yeah, so I have no clue.
God.
How do you feel about Mr. Koberger being arrested by our team?
Now either I didn't hit the pause button. What why does it have to be deleted? I mean, redacted. Why can't we know how she feels about Mr. Koberger being motherfucking arrested by your team? Like, are you kidding me? Are you seriously kidding me? Get out of here. Why can't we know Dylan's opinion on that? How does that meet the standard to be fucking redacted is what I want to know. But we get to know Dylan's opinion about about Mr. and Mrs. Gonsalves, and that she doesn't even know them from Adam. Still doesn't know their name, but we can know that. Like, that's embarrassing. This is horse shit. Go fuck yourself, Joe. This is bullshit. Why is all of this redacted? Most important question.
To Aaron.
Ridiculous. Laughable.
Yeah.
I would totally ask Dylan, isn't it possible that you weren't the person that was texting with Bethany if you don't remember it? Could somebody else have been texting from your phone?
So on the clothing, when you were talking to Aaron, the FBI agent,
Yeah.
you described it a little bit more. You had a dark or black shirt.
Yeah, and like from what I remember, I thought it was ribbed, like the shirt was ribbed, but I don't know for sure if it was. But I just remember everything being all black, and this thing, which I thought was a mini vacuum, and I just thought it was all black. I don't really know for sure if it was actual black or if that was like real or not real. I just remember like it was just like this figure of all black, and I knew it was a person, but I don't know why I thought it was like a firefighter or something at first, but just because of Bethany something about fireworks fire, and I just remember like slamming the door shut and saying no, like just slamming it, locking it, and then it said something about just come downstairs, like it's better if we're together. I don't know the exact text, but I have the text, and just like going downstairs because I didn't like.
You don't remember the sliding glass door being opened or closed?
No, I couldn't remember if it was or wasn't, but I remember Murphy had been barking like a little bit, and I remember I could hear his barking be distant, and so I thought the door was open, but I didn't know for sure. And then when we like later on, we've been looking up about it, and the sliding glass door was open, and that's how I was like, okay, like I think the glass door was actually really open because they had posted a picture of the door that it was open. So the time I didn't know for sure if it was open or not.
Okay. And
Murphy barked 483 times between 4:17 and 4:45. 483 times. 483 times Murphy barked from 4:17 to 4:40 or until 4:30, whatever time that it shuts off. So let me back up. Between 4:17 and 4:30, we have 483 barks. Take that and shove it. And guess what? The phone call that originates all of this comes after a cluster of 28 barks in like a matter of just, and Bethany then calls Dylan. Bethany's phone call starts all of this. And and what's interesting to me is that Dylan doesn't remember any of this. But it all started from Bethany calling Dylan, and that's why it's exculpatory, because Ann Taylor knew that everything that Bethany heard, saw, it's all unique to her. We can't have an officer testifying to what Bethany heard, saw, all this stuff, and relaying it to the jury that that's what started everything. Okay, it was not Dylan calling Bethany to say, hey, I just saw a masked man in the house. That's not what happened at all. Which you would think would happen, okay, based on Dylan's way of saying things. But in fact, what happened is Bethany calls Dylan. They have a 26-second conversation. Then Dylan makes 2 phone calls to Kaylee and Xana, but she calls Xana first, which is interesting because if you thought it was Kaylee and you thought Kaylee was the one that said there's someone here and she ran up and then she ran down, why wasn't Kaylee your first call? It makes no sense. You would call Kaylee first, but she called Xana first. And I think that she called Xana first because of whatever Bethany said to her. But then after she calls Xana and Kaylee, the next phone call, it's not to like Maddie and Ethan. Okay. It's back to Bethany. And then they have a 46-second conversation. And while you were on the phone, all your bark, 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 bark. And then why I believe Dylan's saying that I'm really confused is because of what Bethany said to Dylan would confuse her. Okay. And I'm really confused.
I believe with the interview with Aaron, you said you thought he had boots. You don't know why he had boots on. But
Yeah, I thought they were just like black boots. But again, I don't know for sure if it was actually black boots or not. Yeah.
And the vacuum cleaner.
It was, I don't know why I called it a mini vacuum, but I just remember it being like this cylinder thing that was long and it went out and in, which I don't know how that's a mini vacuum, but I just remember thinking it was a mini vacuum.
Okay.
I don't really know why.
And that didn't look like anything in the house that used to be in
No.
the house.
Good question, Gary. The only good question I think you've asked all the investigative time. You don't think there could have been anything in the house, because that's interesting to me that he's saying that. What was missing?
Not at all.
Okay.
How long do you think that was? And I wasn't planning on talking about the object at all, but
Yeah.
when I was just watching your hands illustrate the...
Honestly, I don't know, just because everything's very blurry. Like it's, when I think about what I saw, it's like I put these blurry glasses on, and so everything's like, just doesn't make sense. I don't know exactly how long it was, like maybe that long, maybe longer, maybe shorter, I don't know. It just didn't really make
You guys, this is somebody describing something that they weren't a part of. You have no details of anything. And then nothing that you say when you actually put it to a timeline and actually look at the outside and what's going on. And the only thing that they're able to say, the person that would actually have the information is Bethany's call at 4:19 and 7 seconds.
sense to me at all.
Okay. How are you holding up?
I just feel like Dylan's one of those girls that if you tell a story, she'd be like,
Well-
oh my God, yeah, that happened to me and my friends back in the day. And oh my God, listen to how it went down for us. She wanted to just join in and be like, oh my God, yeah, I totally heard. Like, that's what I think of Dylan. And I think that that's just,
and just so you know, there was no coordinated effort with law enforcement to make the arrest of the suspect prior to the memorial. We have legal standards that we have to obtain, and
Mhm.
we were doing everything we could to make
Yeah.
it happen as quickly as possible. Just so happens to be on this same day.
Yeah.
So I just want you to know that
Why?
firsthand. So
Why does that matter?
I don't know if I have many more questions. I'd like to turn over if Ryan has anything or any follow-up or clarifying questions on any of the responses.
Are you okay? Do you want to take a break?
I'm okay for now. I'm just like shaking a little bit.
I mean, I don't know. I think a million things.
You've been through a lot. You have, and I can't tell you how appreciative we are.
Even after it's all said and done, you have zero questions about. Do you remember anybody talking? Do you remember Ethan and Xana coming home at all? Do you know a DoorDash driver? Nothing about the DoorDash. Great job. A phenomenal job.
For all your help in this and thinking through there could be a tragic incident where 100 people witness it,
Mhm.
and there may only be 5 people at best that have even a 90% recollection of what actually happened, even though they're all literally staring at it. So I don't want you to beat yourself up. Don't. I don't want you to second guess what you did or anything else. You have been probably one of the most cooperative people I've ever worked with, in the sense of the totality of the interviews after interviews after interviews. Submitting your prints and old Gary here getting you covered in ink, right?
Yeah.
But we're truly grateful. We're grateful you're still here. All right, because
Yeah.
without you and
Without her, you don't have a
in
case.
some of these gaps for us.
Yeah, without her saying that she saw a masked man, you guys are FUCK'd. 100% correct. The only way that you're getting a conviction is Dylan saying, because that's making the timeline. That makes the car even remotely relevant to be like, that has something to do with this. Versus, how do we know that it wasn't you two getting into a vehicle and speeding away in Maddie's vehicle to get the fuck out of there? How do we know that wasn't actually you two? Because they wanted the infotainment centers. I want to know why they wanted infotainment centers. Yeah. I want to know why Dylan Mortensen is talking about those 4 being together and making it seem like Dylan and Bethany weren't even there, and how those 4 could possibly be, how this could happen because of those 4 being together, and then Ethan maybe being What the hell are you talking about? None of that makes any sense. And for these guys to not ask what the hell she's talking about is beyond me. And that just tells me that they know. They know. They know. Like, even just play stupid and say, like, okay, I'm kind of lost here. Like, wait, what do you mean? Like, when you guys were talking about scenarios and it was like those 4, and how come those 4? Like, Bethany and Dylan were there too. Where did those 4 go off to? What were they doing? And I can't even believe that Dylan didn't say anything like, I had no idea that Xana even ordered a DoorDash. I mean, does she even know that? I have no idea. It's really, but I agree. Dylan was very cooperative. Because Dylan didn't kill anybody. But I don't think that. I don't know. I feel like someone was using her phone, because she's a chatty Cathy. Like, why wouldn't she just be saying, like, hey, then I went through my phone and I realized that, oh my God, I talked to this. Like, this is all the stuff. Like, I must have been doing this stuff and I was fucked up. But then you have people that are out there that are going to say that she wasn't fucked up. This is so hell crazy. You know, you guys play pranks on each other. Did somebody take your phone? Was it a prank gone completely wrong? You guys, these fraternities chase people around with masks. Then you guys are like creeping up on each other. You're pretending to do stuff with knives. What are the odds then that that's how these people would end up being murdered, is by knives, and that's all that they joke around about. The state had no choice but to literally pray and hope that this was a plea deal and that Brian Cooper would actually take the plea deal that they offered. Because this was going to be a nightmare in a courtroom. I don't care what anybody says. But all right, wow. Well, you guys have been here for 420. Oh, I'm gonna end it right now. 420. Peace out. All right, guys, be kind to one another. And I just think that if Dylan can't remember things, there's a chance that Dylan didn't do it. Was Dylan already downstairs? You know, there's a picture supposedly floating around of so-and-so snoring on a bed that somebody sent around. And I swear to God, if it's a picture of Dylan snoring on Bethany's bed, like at any time before 4 o'clock, I will lose it. Put out 11, 12, and 11-13's health data, and let's just let the mystery be solved. The health data, they all had iPhones, they all had Apple Health. It's all going to show their steps, their movements, who was online, who was hiding their locations. Whoo-wee. It's coming. See you on the next one. I made it say to 421 because I didn't want to be that 420 bitch. Peace.